It's a crazy earworm, man. It's a crazy earworm. Remember, by the way, when we watched this, we were like, this is Cubans, right? It is. I didn't know that when we said that, but I just Googled, like, Trump, I will vote Hispanic song, and it's Cuban fusion band. So there you go, you know? Literally like the Gusano anthem. What's up, folks? Man. Yeah, I'm sorry about not streaming yesterday. Really, it's been a really frantic 48 hours. If my tone was off when I ended stream last time, it's because right before stream ended, I got a text from my friend, and they had like an emergency, so I had to run out and help them. They're fine, they're fine. Not to alarm anyone, but it was like, oh, yeah, stream's ending in 5. Let me like fucking skedaddle the second I can. And I had to help with that for a few hours, and then we went out. I went out with a bunch of friends to a drag show. And then that lasted really late, and we got blitzed. And then this morning, I have some non-American friends. They had never been to a pumpkin patch. We went out to a pumpkin patch, and we went to corn maze, and the mud in the corn maze was so muddy, like the mud was so like thick, that one of my friends lost their shoe to it. Like, pull the foot up and the shoe stays. How? We're talking literally like 6 inches of thick mud slurry that you could legitimately lose your shoe to. They didn't have a boot. You don't lose your boot in the mud, at least not if it fits properly. But so it was yeah. That shoe got lost. Yeah, it's vermin, vermin lost ye shoe. But we got it back. We got it back. Where'd you get that sweater? Is it Donegal wool? It's double RL. No, it's cotton actually, so it's not as warm, which is good because it's very heavy. It makes up for not being wool by being very, very heavy. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, we had a good time there, and then later we went to a dive bar for a rock concert. There was a Metallica cover band playing. So I've been like crazy busy, and I tried to sleep in this morning so I wasn't grumpy. And I'm not grumpy, and I woke up, and I have had no time to check emails or do anything work-related, so if anyone's watching this right now and they're saying, like, I sure do hope that Vosh has got, like, taken a look at that important time-sensitive thing that I sent him, no. Benjamin Gilbert Lift being like, oh, no, I got the message from the editors. No, don't worry, Benjamin, it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, thank you. I agree completely. Oh, man. I went to the Rocky Horror Picture Show last night. Nice. Was it your first time? Wait, new Epstein-Trump stuff or more of the same? Oh, there's a lot of new stuff. Oh, it's new. It's new. Did you see the map on Streamocracy? What about my prelude here gave you the impression that I've been at my computer at all in the past 48 hours? It's been weird, man. It's crazy. Wearing the dad sweater again? Cardigans aren't necessarily dad sweaters, but I guess I shouldn't take that as an insult now that I'm 30. You know? It is Posadas, but I learned about it from your message. Because I got that to my phone. When I think of, like, how dads dress, by default, I think of somebody in a, like, triple XL synthetic polo shirt, living in Arizona, you know? I think of, like, retired cop drip. Did Vosh say where he got that cardigan I need? It's from Double RL. So grandfather then? Yeah, grandfathers tend to dress better, I think. Are you 100% sure that PV is cool? I feel a little uncomfortable giving my full name and zip code online. Well, I mean, all that information is available in public registries anyway, with regards to your voting record. But if you're uncomfortable with providing information like that, that's totally cool. I think that that information might be a little bit more available than you think. But no, 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 I'm not going to make fun. I get it. Can't you give a fake zip code? No, please don't give a fake zip code to Progressive Victory. Why would you do that? Oh, man. Ah, nice, Ferrisette. Okay, guys. I'm not gonna lie, we've got a lot, like a lot to go through. So we're kind of, you know, we got to get to it, man. TBH, I think the whole PV gamification thing is super cringe, but it gets through. No, I think it's great, to be honest. I think that, like, there are elements of gamification that I think are bad when it comes to stuff that can be, like, exploitative or addictive, like gambling, for example. But when it comes to something that is both good and civically necessary and also temporary, right? Like, it's for the election, you know, it's not like people aren't going to be, like, triple thousand prestiging their, you know, 8,000 hour Progressive Victory vote account. You know, like it gets people to do stuff, you know? Listen, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is because I'm a gamer at heart, but if there was, like, magically, I don't mean through, like, Apple VR headset bullshit. I mean, like, magically, if it could be done magically, okay? If there was a way to keep track of, like, house chores and get a little, like, ding when I finish it, kind of like you're playing, I don't know, Viscera cleanup detail or whatever the fuck, like you know what you have to do, and you've cleaned up 97% of the cat vomit in the carpet. That we round that to 100% for player convenience. You're done. House cleaned or room cleaned or whatever. Like, if that could be done, that would be dope as hell. I would contribute, like, a significant amount of my income, I think, to being able to maintain that. It's just a very effective way of keeping track of stuff. Look into Habitica. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about real life. Whatever. My dog vomited in bed last night. Rip Halloween fireworks freaked me out. Halloween fireworks? Who the fuck is lighting Halloween fireworks? Halloween is a holiday for, like, 5-year-olds to waddle around. Who's lighting fireworks on Halloween? It's a rural thing, I think. I guess. Dyson has an AR app that shows you where you vacuum. Yeah, but the problem with this is that it's like, oh, sorry, it autoplays audio with the YouTube short links. The problem with this is that it's bullshit, because sometimes there's an area that you don't need to clean, and sometimes there are areas you have to go over 5 times. This is what I mean by magically. Like, this is just a distraction from the actual workflow process. You know, this is just like, did you move your vacuum over the right spaces? This doesn't mean you cleaned it. Like, how do you know there's not something kind of dug into the carpet there? Like, this is, look, I understand where we're going with this. I'm not, like, really shit talking it. I think there's a version of this could be cool, maybe. But I mean, like, magically keep track. Like how no AR app could keep track of, like, really, are your carpets are clean, you know? Because I don't know how you guys are vacuuming, or maybe my vacuum sucks or whatever, but when I use the vacuum, the way that works for me is, like, 90% of the carpet is already clean, and 10% of it needs, like, 6 passovers. You know? Though that's like the old head method of using the vacuum. That's like, you know, the meme image where it's like, what Joker fan are you? Are you an old head? And it's like the 80s Batman, you know, Batman and Robin or whatever. Are you Heath Ledger, or are you Joaquin Phoenix or whatever, you know? You vacuum by looking at the floor, or looking at the carpet and then using the vacuum where the carpet looks dirty? That's crazy. Every math problem you solve gets you points is a real thing in development from schools. Okay, but that stuff just objectively works, right? Like, that's just objectively better. Like, the way we do schooling and homework right now is dog shit. Like, it's really, really bad. It's incredibly bad at just teaching young people things. So, I mean, gamifying that, if it means learning better, I'm just saying, like, there are so many young people out there who genuinely, like, cannot run the quadratic formula. They have no idea how to write it out or how to use it. But if you show them, like, a Diablo 2 endgame build, they'll calculate on the fly DPS with, like, the 17 variables needed. They'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, so if you take the resistances here and the, like, attack speed and hit chance and the average, like, hit percentage from a spell that has this kind of deviation in its cast, in its, like, casting area of effect, then you can probably get, like, and then, like, okay, so you're doing math that, like, NASA engineers need you for. You're just doing it specific to the interest that you have. Like Artemy. Artemy can't do math that good, but he can count up to the number of kibble pieces that he wants every day, which is 1 infinite billion, 1 million bajillion. You're so smart. You're so smart and you want to be let go. Yeah, I'm not here for that striatum thing, you know? Not just gamification, it stops punishing students for needing to practice. The current system of scoring marking, once you lose a point, you can never get it to 100% again. Yeah, it should be like a Guitar Hero, where if you, like, fuck up a bunch of notes in a row, but then you, like, learn your stride and you start doing well, at the end you can still finish with a full combo marker, you know? Like, if you're learning on the fly and you've got an exam with 40 questions and you fuck up the first, like, 9 or 10 and you get the answers and have it explained to you why it's wrong, and then in the last 30 you're nailing it, you shouldn't get 75%. You should get 100%. Like, you got it by the end, you know? When it comes to reading, we need to make students read books that aren't boring as sin. I think that students are actually given pretty interesting books. The Great Gatsby is a fun book. Grapes of Wrath is a fun book. I mean, Animal Farm I got for my summer reading list. That's fun. I didn't get 1984 till late high school, but I guess we're mostly talking about, like, younger people. Lord of the Flies, The Giver, anything from Kurt Vonnegut. I read Slaughterhouse 5. Slaughterhouse 5 is like in Slaughterhouse 5, isn't there literally, like, a monkey man in the future who's been kidnapped by aliens and he's in a human zoo and, like, there's a joke that he has a big dick? That's got to be hysterical to young people, you know? There's got to be a lot of shit that's fun to read. The problem is, like, people just aren't taught to enjoy reading, you know? Catcher in the Rye is a fun read, yeah. Shakespeare slaps. Shakespeare is fun to read, at least some of them. I remember really enjoying The Merchant of Venice. Everyone likes Hamlet, you know. I never read Great Expectations. I think it was one of the, like, optional summer reads. Oh, anyway. I say we have to get going, and then we start yammering about irrelevant shit. There's something about being forced to read a book that I think makes people averse to doing it. Maybe you should have multiple options for kids. This is like another deep cut that I only just remembered. This is for, like, the real Vosh loreheads or whatever. But I distinctly remember when I was a kid, we were given a list of books that we could read to do a presentation on at the end of the year. And I chose a book series that I honestly don't remember much about it, but I think there was, like, a female protagonist who was the victim of sexual assault, and there was, like, superpowers, and it was, like, related to an eating disorder in some way. It was very much like a women's oriented young adult, like edgy early 2000s novel series. And I read it and I thought it was like, I didn't think it was amazing. I remember it was like pretty good, and I did a report in it, but I remember some people in the class, I think it was 8th grade, some people in the class were like making fun of me for it because it was like a girls book series. I don't remember the name of it, and I didn't really register that at the time. I guess the egg posters are going to add this to their, like, you know, manifesto of evidence. But I remember the book being pretty good. Remember there being something about like a shard of glass that she used at some point. I don't remember. Does anyone, can somebody tell me if they know what I'm talking about here? Does anyone, like, with a shard of speak? I think it was speak. I think it was speak. That sounds right. It's not Lovely Bones. It's not Lovely Bones. That's different. There's no superpowers in speak. I might be mixing stuff up, but there was like a shard of glass that she used to like ward off the person who was going to assault her in the closet, right? That happened, right? That's the most distinct memory I have. I might be like mixing up other books that I read at the time. She stabbed her rapist in the neck. Must have been a good book. Yes, I remember that. I remember the cover. Yeah, I remember the cover. This was it, yeah. She goes mute after being assaulted. Was this received well? I haven't, like, even remembered that. I literally am only remembering this now, like, 20 years after reading it or whatever. Censorship of the novel, huh? Named the 4th most banned book in the United States because the book took the bold anti-rape stance. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, a bunch of awards. Okay, well. I think it was 7th grade, not 8th grade. Something like that. I might be mixing stuff up, Kaiser K. Or Kaiser K, yeah. Did I ever read Percy Jackson? No. She didn't read much fantasy. The only fantasy book that I read when I was younger was Aragon, which I read when I was young enough that I don't remember what the quality of the writing was, but I've seen a lot of people dog on it since then. Aragon was written at the time by like a 16-year-old boy, and there's a limit to how well you can write at that age. Was it 19? I don't know. Young. I don't know. People are just listing age. I don't know. A young guy. And I liked it at the time. If I reread it now, I would probably be like, oh. But no hate. I mean, it's cool. Whatever. I'm not gonna read, like, I'm not gonna like consume any media made by like a 15-year-old and go, wow, this is dumb. Like, what am I doing, you know? Nah, I didn't read Hunger Games. Aragon is still good. I did like the very autistic magic system they had, where they were basically just like, yeah, magic is pretty simple, actually. It's literally the same energy that you would expend to do the thing manually, but through life energy, and it expands, like, multiplicatively the distance away from you that you're doing it. So lifting a rock with your mind is the same as lifting a rock with your body. If you can't lift it with your body strength, you can't lift it with your mind strength, basically. Like, that you need the thermodynamically, you're just conveying, like, mechanical energy through the ether, you know, but Vosh, let's focus on segments also, Vosh. Yeah. Yeah. Are you too young for Holes? No, I'm not too young for Holes. I think I remember my dad working on the movie too. Though I could just be misremembering. I don't know. I read Holes, yeah. The overall quality of the books was on par with Harry Potter without the racial problems. I don't remember Aragon being, like, problematic. Um, to that point, you know. I mean, we all read Holes. Yeah, because it's good. You like Neil Gaiman stuff? I mean, American Gods is good, and I enjoyed Sandman when I was younger, but it's definitely gotten more juvenile with time in retrospect. I tried reading some of Sandman. Maybe it's just like the early 2000s and late 90s goth scene, but there are so many bits of Sandman that when I was young seemed cool, and now in retrospect are like, holy shit, this is embarrassing. But I guess it's kind of like a show of its time. Dude, Coraline? I never read Coraline, I just watched the movie, which was great, so. Okay. We're getting past the... Hey, thank you. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of donations to go over. Can we go over this? Can we do this? Okay. There's something that we have to cover first because it's hitting a little bit close to home. You know, it feels like a bit of a repeat considering what we've been through on this channel. But you're not going to believe this. So you know this Hasan Piker guy? A congressman has sent a congressional letter to the leadership of Amazon and Twitch because Hasan is an evil anti-Semite. really reaching on up there in the world, you know? Really remarkable the power and influence that we streamers are given sometimes. To sound the alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch, Hasan Piker, who's described Orthodox Jews as inbred and a Jewish man as a bloodthirsty pig. You can really tell, like, how honest the letter and its intentions are with, like, oh, he called a Jewish man a bloodthirsty pig? Okay. This would be like someone calls Donald Trump a rapist, and they're like, you know, he called an elderly philanthropist a rapist. This incivility will not be tolerated. Like, okay, give me some context, please. Richie Torres is one of the most hardcore Zionists in the Democratic Party. Yeah, he's a fucking lunatic. He's a bloodthirsty fascist, at least in like this specific context. Context. I am writing to express alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism. And by the way, this is why I, like, don't stream on Twitch, dude. Keep in mind, Jeff Bezos, the guy who owns Amazon, and therefore Twitch, just blocked the endorsement of Kamala Harris from the Washington Post because he had done some behind-the-scenes wheeling and dealing with Donald Trump, who had either, like, cajoled or threatened him into withholding the endorsement. So, like, that's the environment here, you know? What service do you use to stream? I invented YouTube, and I use my site YouTube to stream. I'm writing to express alarm about the amplification of anti-Semitism on Twitch at the hands of Hasan Piker. Hasan, who is one of the largest political streamers with a following of 2.7 million. Since October 7th, there has been an explosion of Jew hatred on social media platforms. Not to, like, paint with a broad brush, but I think that anyone using the term Jew hatred, this immediately strikes to me as, like, Zionist bloodthirsty horseshit. There's a term already. It's anti-Semitism. Is the term anti-Semitism not, like, alarmist enough? You have to, like, come up with a new one? Like, obviously, Jew hatred is, like, synonymous with anti-Semitism, but it's like the term anti-Semitism wasn't alarmist enough, so you had to come up with one that you could, like, kind of spit out as you say it, you know? Hasan Piker has emerged the poster child for the post-October 7th outbreak of anti-Semitism in America. Mr. Piker has demonized Orthodox Jews as inbred and dehumanized a Jewish man as a bloodthirsty pig dog. I can't click on these links. Representative Torres. I can't click these links. The association of Jews with pigs and bloodthirst is textbook anti-Semitism. Mr. Piker has all but exposed himself as an apologist for the sexual violence and savage rapes of October 7th. Quote, it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th, it doesn't change the dynamic for me. End quote, Mr. Piker declares before finally admitting that Palestinian resistance, his euphemism for terrorism, is not perfect. I actually know the context for this quote because he's saying whether or not Hamas committed rapes on October 7th, it doesn't change his overall moral assessment of Israel's culpability for what happened, which is a completely morally correct stance to take. Like you wouldn't be there's no moral argument where you would be like, I think that Palestinians have a right to resist and I oppose Israeli colonialism, and then someone tells you that Hamas did rapes and you're like, oh, never mind, I didn't realize sexual violence took place in the theater of war. My apologies. I'm actually pro-Israel now. Like that doesn't really happen. Mr. Piker has said he has, quote, no issue with Hezbollah. Oh, no, no, no. The world's most heavily armed terrorist organization in the world. Oh, we love a thoroughly proofridden congressional email. The world's most heavily armed terrorist organization in the world. And has given the platform to a suspected terrorist from the Houthis. This was Luffy One Piece. The U.S. government has declared Hezbollah a foreign terrorist organization, in the case of the former, and the Houthis a specially designated global terrorist group. Platforming any of the terrorist organizations, as Piker has done, is beyond the pale. Piker has even gone as far as to incite violence, telling his followers to kill and murder people in the streets. I'm sure, man. And let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. The incitement of violence merits scrutiny from federal law enforcement. I like how even in this dishonest fucking email, he like only quotes parts of the like he doesn't have a full sentence here where Hasan incites violence. He just has, well, he said kill and he said murder and he said in the streets. He starts every stream like that. I believe it. I don't watch Hasan. I believe it. Outside the context of October 7th, Mr. Piker has even joked and mused about men date raping women on college campuses. Joked and mused about? What the fuck does that mean? Joked about... A joke at whose expense? I've made like a million rape jokes on stream, and like the theme of like every single one of them is like, you have to be so fucking pathetic to be a rape. Like that's still a rape joke. You could, I mean, depending on how dishonest you wanted to be, you could twist everything to everything. What does that even mean? Maybe you should check the links that you can't click. Who cares, man? Dude, if Hasan says something bad, I see it on my feed. Like, because the same accounts post it. And they're like, look at this. This is unconscionable, you know? And then I listen to it and it's like, sometimes Hasan says stuff that's like decently bad. It's pretty normal, I guess, in the current political environment, and certainly not out of the pale for what political live streamers talk like. But yeah, it's a funny rhetorician. You are correct. Like this has largely been elevated by Ethan Klein and Destiny in terms of like disingenuously fronting anti-Semitism accusations as a way of settling a personal beef with Hasan. So it's not like they're referring to this clip. Okay, I'll look at one clip.
They were at least Patrick Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys.
Literally just an edgy joke. The idea that this is an endorsement of date rape in any way, you would have to be, and I'm being real here, you would have to be genuinely frothing at the mouth insane to hear this and think this is an endorsement of date rape. It's literally just an edgy joke. There's no way to take this as an argument in favor of date rape.
And putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Yeah, no, you have to be incredibly dishonest to take that as a defense of date rape. How come he didn't make an inquiry about Andrew Tate, an actual anti-Semite? Or what about like Sneeko? Or Aiden Ross or whatever? You know, why is it that all of the hardcore Zionists, for some strange reason, whenever they get their fucking panties in a twist, over anti-Semitism, it's always leftists? and they never talk about like the open neo-Nazis that that exist in the same space. Just crazy, you know? There's really no point in making arguments about charitability because, like, if you dislike a person, everything's on the table with them, right? Like, there are so many people out there who consider themselves, oh, yeah, I'm like the ultimate edgelord. I'm easily able to discern. I can discern 57 different flavors of irony before you can even blink. I understand all of it. And then if someone they don't like makes an edgy joke or even flubs an edgy joke a little bit, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe they said that. Everyone, look at this. Like, it's a disingenuous, you know, rat race that I have no respect for. It's good to see our congressman engaging in it. Richie Torres literally follows Destiny on Twitter. Jesus. Wow. When he's not joking and musing about rape... Joking and musing about rape. What is that? Like, even the, like, verbiage. Musing about rape? I hate reading Andrea Dworkin, you know? She's always musing about rape. Joking and musing. I mean, joking would be one thing, and musing would be another, but joking and musing? Hasan Piker alternates between rape denial and rape apologia. He either denies the sexual violence of 10-7 or denies that it matters. Mr. Piker once described the sexual violence of 10-7 as rape fantasies and rape hallucination. I mean, I have seen like I fully think that Hamas did sexual assault and rape and so on and so forth. I assume that of like literally any armed conflict, especially when the armed conflict is targeted in a manner which is like indiscriminate to civilian well-being, right? Like, I'm sure that Ukrainian and Russian soldiers have both done some nasty stuff, but I think Russian soldiers like 100 times over because they're totally cool with murking civilians, and Ukrainian soldiers aren't. So it's like a multiplicative factor. In the case of like Hamas and Russia and such, by 1,000,000 times, but also with Israel, because Israel doesn't give a shit about civilian casualties. So, you know, it is absolutely true, though, that there is like a subsection of Zionists where they are like screaming insane, frothing at the mouth bullshit. Even if the stuff they're saying is true, the lurid, obsessive, borderline pornographic way they talk about October 7th is genuinely disgusting. Like, I'm really sorry, there's nothing you can do about the fact that October 7th claimed the lives of like 1/30th minimum the number of people Israel's killed in Gaza. Like, you can't, I'm sorry, you can describe it in as pornographic of terms as you like. You're not overcoming the numbers on that one. You're not, like, none of this is being done in a neutral environment. Nobody's, like, screaming and drooling and freaking out over October 7th at this point, right now, over a year afterwards, in, like, a neutral context. They're always doing it to justify the treatment of Hezbollah, or, you know, Palestinians or whatever, like the incursion into Lebanon or the indiscriminate bombing or the starvation of North Gaza. Like, none of it's done, like, for its own sake, you know? It's not a humanitarian exercise. Despite his disdain for and dismissiveness towards Jewish victims of rape in Israel, Mr. Piker remains one of the most popular political influencers of... By the way, keep in mind, I'm getting bored of reading the letter as well. Just keep in mind that, like, even with the most uncharitable assessments you can make of Hasan Piker's statements, pale in comparison to the normalized State Department approved statements that Zionists make about Palestinians. Like, they had a fucking January 6th to free soldiers who were mass raping Palestinian detainees, you know? Like, the State Department, like, the approved at every level of society line with regards to Israel's treatment of Palestinians is to deny that they hold hostages, to deny the rape of the Palestinian prisoners, to deny the mass starvations. Their government calls Palestinians, yeah, animals and subhumans. They openly, like, defy U.S. recommendations for a two-state solution or for Gaza resettlement by Palestinians by preparing for its occupation by Israelis. Like, there is nothing you can say about Hasan Piker, even the uncharitable interpretations of stuff that he said in jest or while being edgy, that even comes close to the normal thing Zionists say, the accepted thing Zionists say. And then we have some 9/11 fear-mongering where we say that, speaking of siding with terrorists, Mr. Piker has glorified the brave mujahideen for wounding U.S. Congressman Dan Crenshaw. Richie Torres, like, we are 5 days out from potentially a fascist regime taking hold in our government, and Richie Torres is, I guess, 7 days ago, or 7 days from the election. The best way he chooses to spend his time is, does he have AIPAC? I don't know how much AIPAC actually backs his campaign. He is a disgusting, vile piece of shit, though. He might be doing this for the sport of it. Yes? Okay, yeah, like his handlers, you know, they have him go after Hasan Piker. After all, why would AIPAC give a fuck about fascists taking over? That's just, like, Israel is, of all the countries in the world, I think the most pro-Trump one. Like, Israel has more Trump supporters than Serbia. It's insane. It's genuinely insane. He takes some of the most? Jesus, dude. That's great, man. Just like any, like, it for like relatively small amounts of money too, like 1 million for a US congressman. I don't know. And it's like, yeah, you know, whatever. Agent of capital, agent of fascism. Assuming Hasan doesn't get, like, permit for this or whatever, he should wear it as a badge of honor, you know? There's functionally no difference between this and, like, open neo-Nazis going after Hasan, which, of course, they have in the past. Like, ideologically, the only difference between AIPAC and open neo-Nazis is that one of them has language that's been laundered by the Department of State, and one of them actually got their ethno-state and is currently engaging in their own Holocaust. Like, basically unchallenged. Does AIPAC have a bottomless pit of money? Yeah, because they're literally just the conservative super PAC. Like, AIPAC gets money from anyone and everyone, as long as they hate democracy, freedom, and liberty, and everything good. As long as they hate rainbow and sunshine and so on and so forth. It's not like it's just Jews donating to AIPAC. Not even close. Military-industrial complex, conservatives, blah-de-blah-de-blah. What's up with his hairline? Evil rots you. Gives you a lopsided hairline. Didn't even see that. Anyway, this has gotten a lot of attention. Obviously, exclusively, like, right-wing and Zionist rags have picked up on this because it is a right-wing and Zionist, like, attack, you know? It's not like in any way, shape, or form motivated by a genuine concern about anti-Semitism, because nobody actually thinks that Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite. Jewish insider. It's an old photo of him. From 2017. Okay, okay. Most schizoid conspiracy theory about to drop. They used a 7-year-old photo of him because they thought this shirt looked close enough to the keffiyeh that it would fool the average reader of Jewish Insider. Is that real? Is that true? Probably not. Are there probably like 1 million photos of Hasan with a keffiyeh, like normally, that like the actual scarf? Probably. I don't actually know. But is it spiritually true? Do I believe this? Yes. In spite of all evidence, yes, I believe it. Anyway, we got a response to all of this from Twitch. Fact check by real American patriots. Thank you. Hate and harassment have no place on Twitch. To the Twitch community, over the past few weeks, we've seen members of the community voice concerns about how we've handled potentially harmful content. There is no place on Twitch for racism, hatred, or harassment of any kind, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Okay. As our community has grown, we've endeavored to build community guidelines to prohibit these harms. Twitch is and always will be about belonging. Every day, people come together on our service to build communities about shared interests and to express themselves authentically. For this to be possible, we work hard to ensure that our community is a safe place. Our community guidelines are foundational, and when we find content that breaks those rules, we take immediate enforcement action. This will always be the case. Millions of streamers with a wide variety of views and perspectives spend time on Twitch. We recognize that some content, while allowed in our service, may be objectionable to some members of our community. The views shared by streamers on Twitch are not the views of Twitch, nor are they my personal views. We're grateful for the feedback and input from our community. Our safe approach continues to build and evolve, and our service grows. We want to ensure that anyone can find their place on Twitch and remain committed to ensuring that hate and harassment have no place here. So, no statement at all. But They're not completely bowing to it, which is nice, I suppose. There are still like month-long bans that were handed out to Arab streamers who were doing that. Are you are you kebab or not kebab? I'm sorry, I forget what the panel was. I hope that wasn't racist. Kebab yes, kebab no panel that they did at TwitchCon like a month and a half ago. Habibi? Okay, sure. That's another word that I know. Can you say Habibi? I can say Habibi. It's weird that Asmongold got only 14 days for doing something arguably worse. I mean, Twitch doesn't want to ban their mega streamers, of course. If Asmongold got permabanned, he would just move over to Kick, and he would do very well on Kick because of the types of content that he does. So, you know, I understand their hesitancy there. I guess I'm glad that HASAN didn't get banned because it would represent like the kowtowing to fascism of the like platform at large, which, you know, would be undesirable. Yeah, I remember Dick Thulu. But if he got banned, he would just stream on YouTube and Twitch would lose income? I'm not sure what you mean. Though look at the link and sub if you can. Apparently the changes will also give advertisers the option to not show ads for political live streamers. Isn't that good? That seems like a pretty reasonable alteration, right? It feels targeted. Sure, but like I can understand this is an issue we've been having with advertisers for a really long time. Like, yeah, YouTube did this a while ago, which is basically like, you know, Twitch started out as a space for people to play like, I don't know, Ocarina of Time, you know, speed runs, and like people initially when they streamed, they barely had webcams. I mean, people were just like, lost time on that backflip. And then now we have people talking about like we have people like showing, you know, war footage. There's been a pretty big change in what kind of content is presented on Twitch. YouTube had the same issue. Like, how do you determine bathtub streams? How do you determine like advertiser viability? I can understand there being fewer advertisers willing to put out for politics content. It'll assuage some concerns. Yeah, but YouTube did it horribly. Yeah. Vosh, who doesn't advertise on Twitch, that's fair. Yeah, but I'm on YouTube, and YouTube has a version of this. I'm saying, like, it is better. Trust me, it's better to do this than to go in the other direction and have, like, a lot of really easy ammunition to use against politics streamers because there are advertisers from, like, every fucking, you know, for every walk of life that don't want their shit to be associated with like HASAN or whatever, so they just ban HASAN because he's not getting them ad revenue anyway. I know it, Benjamin. It could always be worse. Meta straight up deprioritizes political content in their algo. I mean, this is part of the reason why I say that one of the most effective ways to reach people where they're at when it comes to convincing people of your political views is not to have a politics channel, but rather to do other, like, you know, interest, media, hobby, whatever stuff, and talk about politics, like, as it's appropriate in the context of that, you know? It's pretty easy, right? Like there are a bunch of I don't watch that many streamers, but the two Canadian streamers who I do watch, Joseph Anderson and Northern Lion, both have extremely unambiguously left-leaning communities, despite neither of them talking about politics like at all. It's really, really, really obvious what their communities are. Even though they don't talk politics. And that's because it's pretty easy to signal politics. You can tell whether or not a person's conservative or progressive pretty quickly in a lot of cases without needing to ask them their position on every issue, you know? It's not necessarily difficult. Germa too? Germa too? Yeah. I remember Joseph Anderson banning ACAB on a server as hate speech. You got to understand, Joseph Anderson ain't a politics guy, okay? ACAB is like a edgy college student, you know, progressive thing. He's a griller, you know, but it doesn't change the like disposition of the community. This is what I mean about like messaging claps, where progressives have an issue with it, like progressives need every community space they're into to be so unambiguously, so like hegemonically leftist that all of them become the same community space. You know what I mean? Like you need to accept the diversity in spaces, like where sometimes you will have like a progressive space, but the people running that space aren't literal fucking communists, you know? Like I've seen so many clips from like so many different streamers to the effect of like, oh, I don't have a problem with capitalism, which is like a normal ass statement for a normal person to make, and people in chat unironically getting mad at them, even though the chat is like filled with queer people or whatever. It's like, you have to understand, like, not every left-leaning space is going to be as far. It's still a dumb statement. Okay, but this is what I mean. Like, that the person who says that isn't then going to want people popping up in chat to debate them on it. Like, that's not, like, you can do that here, but I'm me, you know? It's shit, like, you have to accept people at their varying levels of normiedom, you know? But if it was just like a video game streamer who's like normally super accepting and progressive or whatever, and then like, oh yeah, I don't have an issue with like cops or whatever. I don't know. I call the police when there's like sometimes like sometimes like a scary guy outside, and they come over and they say, you know, we can't do anything, and then they leave. And then people in chat will be like, you called the police on a person outside your house at 2 a.m.? That could have been a homeless person in need. They could have been having a fugue state. You could have had them shot. How would you have felt if they had gotten shot? It would have been like you shot them. And then it's like, holy, not every progressive person in society has adopted the positions of like the 19-year-old queer college students who, you know, go online rather than doing their homework. It's you have to accept people where they are, you know? I'm not saying I even disagree with the statement, by the way. I think it's fair to criticize that, like, in the appropriate environment. I'm just saying, like, you're not gonna do much good there. Nationalize the baloney industry, thoughts? Sure. Vosh sometimes muses about homeless people being shot. Exactly, literally. He muses and jokes about homeless people getting gunned down in front of the houses of live streamers. Is it really acceptable on YouTube for people to flagrantly engage in such errant, violent rhetoric? Stupid. You're literally not even edgy anymore, a ghost of Fat Ian. Yeah. Nostalgia is an innately fascist impulse. Anyone who says I used to be better is actually a fascist. That's my way of getting around this, okay? The real progressive impulse is to not comment on the past, to say the present is terrible and the future will be great, okay? It's actually the only position you can hold without being a neo-Nazi. Sorry. We got so much to talk about. If only I had the presence of mind to, like, assemble my links before the stream started. That would have been something that a professional might have done. Unfortunately for me, I think arcades used to be better back then. The reason arcades used to be better actually isn't because of the cost of the arcade, and it's not because of the machines at the arcade. It's because of the people at the arcade. Arcades used to be full of young people. Nowadays, when you go to an arcade, they're overwhelmingly full of, like, people in their mid to late 20s or older who are, like, playing on the games they grew up with, you know? Or, like, Gen Xers sometimes. Yeah. Like, So if you go there, people are just like on their own or in their tight-knit friend circle, and they're not actually like engaging in the community. That's still young. It's not a matter of it being young. It's just a matter of like the spirit of the arcade isn't the same. Damn it, I'm trying to find that other... That's fine, we can work with this. Yeah, arcades are kind of gross and boring, not gonna lie. Well, it depends, you know, but they're definitely a little bit like vestigial, right? Arcades stopped being as popular once home gaming kicked off, and that was 30 years ago. We'll get to that. All right. I talked about this the other stream, and I feel like I want to talk about it more because it's prompted a lot of very funny responses. And by funny, I mean problematic, and by problematic, I mean bad. And by bad, I mean problematic. Remember this ad? We'll just play it again.
Your turn, honey.
In the one place in America where women still have a right to choose. You can vote any way you want. And no one will ever know.
Did you make the right choice?
Sure did, honey.
This is cringe. I'm actually going to take the opposite position. I'm going to say this is based because it's led to a lot of Republicans really tipping their hand. I have seen so many posts from Republicans where they've been saying stuff to the effect of like, why would a woman ever annul the vote of her husband? This was actually the argument of the original anti-suffragists back when, you know, the first feminist movement. The idea of like, why give women the right to vote? They can only double or annul their husband's vote. Like they can't, as if that logic doesn't go the opposite way around. I have been seeing so many Jesse Waters having a full meltdown over this. Jesse Waters, the creepy rapist, cheated on his wife, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we know who this guy is. Didn't Newt Gingrich also say something weird to this effect?
And if I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That, to me...
He would know.
Let him finish. Go, Jesse. It's our day.
That violates
Judge.
the sanctity of our marriage.
Preach on, yes.
What else is she keeping from me?
Exactly.
What else has she been lying about?
Why would she lie to you?
It's okay, so like the first level analysis that I could provide here is why, you know, I could do like the basic feminist thing, which is like, okay, so why does the opposite not take place? Like, why do you get to decide what your wife's vote should be when, you know, your wife doesn't get to decide what your vote should be? Couldn't every argument that you make about, you know, them voting for Kamala Harris being a betrayal of you, be you voting for Trump being a betrayal of them? But like, that's first level analysis that I would only apply if I didn't already think that conservatives like this thought women were second-class citizens. Like, it would be ignorant of me to make those arguments because they would operate on the, it would be like on the assumption that they believe that there's any like equal footing here, you know? It would be like talking to a person who thinks slavery is morally right and me being like, couldn't you make that argument about white people being slaves and black people being their masters? As if like the real underlying position they have isn't that white people are better than black people, you know?
Have you threatened her? Why would she lie to you?
Oh, they want me to tease.
Why would she do that and then vote Harris? Why would she say she was voting Trump
not the problem,
and then
Judge.
voting Harris? And I caught her.
So
and then she said, I lied to you for the last 4 years.
So you admit you intimidate
It's
people.
over, Emma. That would be D-Day.
This is the reason why anti-feminism has been one of the largest rhetorical forces in this election. Why so many fascist arguments hinge on the idea that women are property of men, or at the very least that men are entitled to women, and feminism is ruining people's minds by making women think that they want anything other than to be a submissive, pregnant, barefoot housewife, right? Because the like fantasy that they're pushing for, the ideal home life that they're trying to build, is one where women are like effectively without political agency. All of their other beliefs about women stem from this. All of them. The idea that women should stay in the home while men work, that's so women have no financial independence. If women are bound to the children and have no income of their own, they can't leave. They have no way of leaving. They can't afford to leave. If women can get an abortion, they have the ability to engage freely in premarital sex without getting tied down. Having a child is extremely expensive. It's pretty difficult to be a single mother. Republicans hate single mothers because they're acting in what they consider to be a defiance of their natural position in the world. A single mother, a mother, is supposed to be with a man. That is what she's supposed to be. If she's on her own, it must be because she hates men so much that she is obstinately refraining from their presence, even though the natural order compels her to raise her child under the, care of a man. All of their rhetoric on women stems like from this. This is what it all goes back to. It's all man v bear stuff. So one of the reasons I like this ad is because it's led to a bunch of meltdown coat posting from Republicans who are revealing the fact that they're actually unironically really upset by the idea of their wife voting against their interest. It's like anathema to their whole ideology, the idea of a woman having the autonomy. Now, it should be noted, by the way, that if for some reason you're a lady and you have a conservative husband and you're here, keep in mind your vote's not public. It can never be public. You can go in the booth and vote for whoever you want, and no one will find out. You can say whatever you want. The only reason, by the way, that you would be in a relationship with someone who votes for Trump and you vote for Kamala Harris and then lie and say you voted for Trump is if you're in an abusive relationship. Like, to be clear, I'm not trying to like sanitize that dynamic. If that's a thing that's going on, you should leave if it's possible to. Like, I think that being in a relationship with somebody who votes for Trump is itself enough of a reason to leave, even if their behavior is perfectly fine in every other respect. But I know the heart wants what the heart wants, and people are complicated. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Republicans are terrified of the female vote. Women are early voting in droves. Their numbers are up. They're up through the roof. Higher than people expected even, and people expected them to be pretty high. It looks like the revocation of Roe v. Wade really is going to be the deciding issue this election. I saw a tweet with 5,000 likes where a guy says he filled out his wife's mail-in ballot for her so she can't do something like this, literally admitting to voter fraud. Yeah. I've seen a lot of posts to that effect. Yeah. I've seen a lot of posts from Republicans that have been, I think Charlie Kirk's been posting about this a lot too, where he's been saying stuff to the effect of like, actually, voting for Kamala Harris and not telling your husband is like raping your husband. I don't know if he actually said that. It just sounds like something he would say. It sounds in character. It's spiritually true. Anyway, so Jesse Waters cheated on his first wife. Here's Newt Gingrich, who cheated on two of his first wives, his first and second.
Have Hollywood elitist jackass, really? I'm gonna look for what manliness looks like to George Clooney, the Hollywood jackass, spoiled elitist. No, thank you. He's no John Wayne.
Are you? Signs you're living in a delusional fantasy world completely detached from everyone.
Clooney, I'm going to look for what manliness looks like to George Clooney.
I mean, like, a lot of people do, yeah.
The Hollywood jackass, spoiled elitist? No, thank you. He's no John Wayne.
Yeah, I would prefer to go with someone not associated with Hollywood and not a spoiled jackass, John Wayne.
Look, let me go out on a limb for a second as a historian. These people are dishonest. They're relentlessly, routinely dishonest at every level. And so for them to tell people to lie is just one further example of the depth of their corruption. I mean, how do you run a country where you're walking around saying wives should lie to their husbands, husbands should lie to their wives? I mean, what kind of a totally amoral, corrupt, sick system have the Democrats developed? If you think about it at that level, it is astonishing, the decay. And this is what, frankly, why Robert F. Kennedy Jr. switched parties, but didn't switch parties, but was campaigning Sunday with Donald Trump, because The party of John F. Kennedy, the party of Robert Kennedy, it's gone.
Apart from the incoherence, the main pointer here being, I guess, that I think he served his divorce papers to his first wife while she was dealing with cancer. Like, a lot of these people genuinely just hate life and you know? There's really no... I know. Wow, thank you, Vosh, for the groundbreaking analysis. The Republicans are evil? Yes. Yeah, I know. It's like genuinely, like basically every one of their pundits and every one of their politicians isn't just politically evil, but interpersonally evil. There is an overlap between those things. They're not just, it's not just like they're normal people and then they step up, you know, behind the you know, the podium or whatever, the lectern, and they start spitting hatred or whatever. They're interpersonally evil as well. Like it kind of seeps into their day to day. I have to say, I do like the ad in large part because it's prompted so much hysteria from the right wing. I do like that. I need, because there are a lot of, and you know, listen, okay, I'm based. I hate women, right? You're not going to like take that from me. All right. I do think there are a lot of dumbass chicks out there who are like, oh, my husband's great, even though he's emotionally distant, occasionally abusive, and votes for Trump. Like, let's not pretend that this is all taking place in a vacuum. Okay. There's a lot of tolerance out there that's, in my opinion, very misplaced. I'm a very intolerant person, actually. Yeah, I don't believe in that crap, okay? That tolerance crap. If you're a woman, like there has to be a limit to what you're willing to put up with. You know? And I like stuff like this because it's a reminder, I hope, to at least some of those women that the ideology that you are at least being passively tolerant of, if you've got a Trump supporting husband or whatever, I mean, they will ruin your life. You know, it's like, it's not just, oh, my husband's a little traditional, or, oh, my husband's a little bit like old fashioned on such and such. Like, their ideology is built on entitlement. Yeah, you got to run while you still can. And if this is like a big national divorce thing, then sure, let progressives, you know, get like pussy in the divorce. Fine. I'm okay with that. That's a burden I'm willing to bear. It'll be a lot of work, but, you know, I think it's a political project worth embracing. I think we should leave Republicans alone, TBH, and just stop dating them systematically. I mean, for younger people who are like 18 to 30 or whatever, women literally do say, in large numbers, the women say that if the guy they wanted to date was a Trump supporter, that would be a deal breaker. Now, people say stuff like that in polls. It doesn't necessarily mean they act on that in real life. You know, your feelings are difficult to predict, tempestuous force on one's mind, so on. But what else are you going to do? You know? We're running down the, like, South Korea path where men's hatred of women is becoming such a, like, dominant issue politically. But look at this, man. Look at the early voting numbers. An easy winning formula for Harris is to simply get more women than men to vote. Look at the early voting in swing states. Now, this doesn't necessarily translate to how the election's going to go. Da-da-da-da-da, you know, blah-de-blah. It's still indicative, though. Ready for black women in Atlanta to save American democracy yet again. Oh, speaking of cornball, suffragette, like, feminist stuff, look at this. People apparently covered Susan B. Anthony's grave with a bunch of I voted stickers. I don't know if this is from this election cycle or from the previous one, or a previous one. You know, people can repost images. It's still, I don't know, it's kind of cute. Again, it might be an older photo. Looks kind of grainy. It's cute. You know, we can have a little charm. We can have a little schmaltz if we want. It's not illegal yet. Women, as usual, have to save the world. Let's not get too soy here. They're still annoying and shrill. I think, like, moving forward from this, though, I really do think that we need to... I mean, it's like the personal is the political, right? I think that liberals have come a long way on this, where back in 2016, there was a fairly bipartisan sentiment of like, don't let the political get in the way of the personal. You know, certainly up until 2016, but even with the MAGA movement, there were a lot of people who still had that attitude. And over time since 2016, it has faded away. And people are much more likely to not keep in contact with MAGA relatives or keep MAGA friends or whatever. And that's good because you shouldn't like be with bad people. You know, you shouldn't like, I'm not saying you should be like, treat them like shit or whatever. I'm just saying you can flatly say like, I think you support fascism and your ideas are repugnant and I don't want to be around you. Like, that's pretty straightforward. Don't waste your time on bad people, you know? And moving forward, like that's pretty much all we're going to be able to do because people will adjust their political views to conform to the environment that they are that they spend their time in, you know? For the most part, people's political views are just a way of conforming to a group identity. In the same way that men adopt a certain manner of speaking and manner of dress because it conforms to the expectations that men have, and so on and so forth with women and non-binary people like that one undercut, you know how it is. The people's political views are in part a way to fit in with their peers or the people they respect. And in an environment where like it's just pretty difficult socially, certainly in cities at least, to exist as a Republican, I think that some of them will change. Would isolation further their views? I mean, to an extent, and they do have each other, but at the same time, it's like there has to be a line, right? You shouldn't make that your cross to bear to begin with. I'm just thinking of all the examples out there of like urbanite liberal women with their friend groups that are mostly urbanite liberal women, often diverse, and then a lot of them will have husbands that are Republican, generally like odious people who don't interact with those friend groups and only really interact with their own guy groups that are all Republican and not urbanite and largely detestable, you know? And it's like it's one of those like, you know, Saturdays are for the boys sentiments. I don't know. Literally half of all straights over 40. More than half, I think. Well, anyway. Why is it so fucking warm in here? Is it because I'm wearing a giant heavy cardigan? Maybe. Possibly. My GF just graduated with a master's in OT. Every single one... OT? What is OT? Every single one of her friends from a rural place had the most right-wing nutter fiancés. Ugh. Occupational therapy. Okay. Why is my AC not turning on? I'll turn my damn cardigan. AC in November. Yeah, all the heat in the house builds up here because like everyone else uses and I'm at the top of the house, so like everyone else uses their space heaters and all the heat rises up to me no matter what. So it's like it doesn't really matter what time of year it is in here. If anything, it's worse during the winter because of the, you know, the heaters. Literally just this image. Yes, it is literally just this image. All of my analysis can be distilled down to this one. Single image. It's true. Every third is so generous. It honestly is, genuinely. Yeah, it's not good. The real reason that I wasn't able to stream yesterday is because I was in Kentucky, manually pressing on the glass of the touchscreen from the other side. It's hard work, but it's rewarding in the long run. You know? I've got two hands, so I can do two different touchscreens at the same time, you know? 109,000 likes on Twitter. Classic. Is it bad to ask for political views on a first date? For one, no. And for two, like, this might be a straight versus queer thing, I guess. But I would never even have to. All the people that I've dated are, like, there are obvious barriers to begin with, I guess. That would mean, I couldn't imagine meeting up with somebody and not already knowing, but I also live in Seattle. So, you know, it's not fair of me to comment on that, you know? Someone has to date the straight girls. Yeah, and it's not me. And it's not me. I'm literally talking to my straight friend today because her BF voted for Trump and she's not sure if she wants to end it. I just hope she understands that, like, we can't accept the plausible deniability anymore. You know? Like, if voting for there's no way to be voting for Trump right now and have this like innocent, oh, I thought that he would make the economy better bullshit. Like, no, they know. And like, what is it? Is it racism? Is it fear of immigrants? In a lot of cases for young men, it literally is like, I think that women should be property. I genuinely think one of the easiest litmus tests that you could have in a relationship, and I say this being like a queer guy who doesn't date guys, like, you know, I'll sleep with them, but like, if you talk to men, totally emotionally unintelligent, not worth your time. But like, if you're a chick in a relationship and you just arbitrarily don't have sex with your husband or boyfriend or whatever for like a week, if he gets angry at that, like if you say, oh, I don't want it or whatever, like I'm just not in the mood or whatever, and he gets angry at that, this is like really common. I mean, at least I would get the impression that it's common from what I see on fucking the circles, you know? But that shit's crazy common. It's like, well, fuck, if that's like the standard that's set, you should get your ass out of there. That's crazy to me. You know? But it's really common. So it's like, so I'm over here saying like this criteria that would probably be met by like half of heterosexual relationships, that's a red flag. Like, okay, I mean, good luck with that one. A lot of people are probably going to think like, oh no, that's unreasonable. I don't know, that's just crazy to me. I have a video on it, Small Bites, but it's pretty extensive, I'd say. It has to be very common. Why else would the idea of banning marital rape have been resisted for so long? Like, yeah, it's getting fought over right now in like India. There are lots and lots and lots of guys who genuinely, even in America today, genuinely do not understand the concept of consent and don't get the like, you're not entitled to your wife's body or whatever. It's so like, it feels like it's so much of a done issue. It feels soy to even talk about. Like, did you know that you're not entitled to the the body of your wife and you can't have sex with her without consent? Wow, really brilliant analysis, Vosh. Thank you. Next, you're going to tell us that slavery was wrong. But like, a lot of people still don't know. Or they know that they shouldn't think that way, but they do anyway because they're bad. So, you know. I'm in Canada, and my coworker is seriously bought into the Trump is anti-war. Dems can only win if they cheat. Where's Hunter Biden's laptop? Ukraine's a proxy war BS. Sounds like they're in a gray zone, like third positionist, like echo chamber. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I believe that stuff that much. I really think that talking points like that are just a convenient, plausible excuse for a person supporting a fascist. Like, you're really pro-Trump because you're anti-war? Fuck off. Come on. It's race or gender. That's what it comes down to. I don't think people are actually, like, I think that's just giving them an excuse to say that it's something other than what it actually is. You know? Jill Stein supporters for real? Oh, speaking of, Did you see that? The what is it? Jill Stein's VP saying that men shouldn't compete in women's sports and also being anti-choice. Oh my God. Vote for Trump. How green of her. That's insane. I mean, world's most obvious psyop just dropped.
Do you believe there should be any limits on abortion?
And of course, there should be limits on everything. There's almost nothing that should be left, completely unregulated. But I think that a lot of the kind of common sense, regulations that most Americans agree on as, essentially 60-40 issues, something like 16 weeks and other such, I won't go into kind of the fine points on it, but of course there have to be limitations, there have to be regulations of abortion without any question.
Do you believe
16 weeks is insane? Yeah, 4-month abortion ban, not even like just after the first trimester. There's a reason why the European Green Party gave a joint statement on these clowns. I don't know what the European Green Party, heck, get the fuck out of our elections. This is election interference. Wars are raging and authoritarianism is growing throughout the world. In this crucial moment, Europe needs Kamala Harris as President of the United States to be a reliable partner and take the urgent, decisive action needed on the climate crisis. European Greens also highlight the divergent values and policies of themselves and Jill Stein's U.S. Green Party. There is no link between the two, as U.S. Greens are no longer a member of the global organization of Green Parties. In part, this fissure resulted from their relationship with parties with authoritarian leaders and serious policy differences on key issues, including Russia's full-scale assault on Ukraine. Nice. It's because the Green Party has a party international or whatever. I didn't know they had a party international, actually. This must be some kind of like European globalist United Nations New World Order thing. Over here in America, we're just chilling, you know?
I don't think that biological males should play in female sports. I think that it gives an unfair, competitive advantage. And
classic bit. That's awesome, dude. I mean, the great irony really is just being called the Green Party and essentially just flatly endorsing Donald Trump, the guy who doesn't believe climate change is real and doesn't want any environmental regulation. But we've talked about this before, so. Not really a new perspective. This might actually disillusion enough people voting for Kamala. Well, I think there was recently some polling done, though I don't know how legitimate it was. Polling done of Muslims in Michigan, where something like half were voting for Kamala Harris and half were voting for Jill Stein, and none of them were voting for Trump, or something basically to that effect, which sounds about right. I mean, the fact that Jill Stein would still only land on 50-50 when Kamala Harris basically endorses the slaughter of Palestinians is a testament to how ineffective she's been as a spoiler candidate. Oh my God, did you see Bill Clinton in Michigan talking about Gaza? Yeah, this was great, man. This was really, really, really good. Hey, listen, I know you Muslims are still feeling salty over the whole indiscriminately slaughtering your people with U.S. weapons thing, but don't worry. We have a friend of Epstein here to sell you on the idea.
Let me talk about the hardest issue here in Michigan is the Middle East. Hamas did not care about a homeland for the Palestinians. They wanted to kill Israelis.
This is the hot, decisive argument that we need in Michigan 1 week before the election, where a bunch of Muslims are considering not voting for Kamala Harris. We need a 80-year-old man to come down here and say, hey, did you know Hamas is bad? Really good stuff, Democrats. Really, really good stuff.
And make Israel uninhabitable. Well, I got news for them. They were there first. Before their faith existed, they were there. In the time of King David, and the southernmost tribes had Judea and Samaria.
This is great. This is very effective rhetoric, like right on the eve of the election, man.
So here's what I want to tell you. I'm going to do everything I can to convince people that they cannot murder their way out of this, neither side. You can't kill your way out of this. And they have to make a new beginning. But when I read that people in Michigan are thinking about not voting because they're mad at the Biden administration for honoring his historic obligation to try to keep Israel from being destroyed, I think that's a mistake. Because Donald Trump has shown what he wants. But Kamala Harris has said that she will try to negotiate an end to the violence, an end to the killing. And
guys, trust me, just one more month of negotiating the end to the violence when Netanyahu keeps openly shutting it all down. Guys, trust me, I know we've been doing this for over a year now. I know that Netanyahu has openly said he will never, ever stop. But trust me, just one more presidential administration. You want more? Fine, more, sure. Who cares, man? Let's suffer.
Let me talk about the hardest issue here in Michigan is the Middle East. And I have to be careful what I say because there's only one president at a time, and none of us can get ahead of where we're going. But I think we're going to have to essentially start again on the peace process. And I understand why young Palestinian and Arab Americans in Michigan think too many people have died. I get that. But
love that. I can understand why young Muslims in Michigan think too many people have died. Now, listen, okay, I'm not unreasonable. I'm sympathetic to your plight. I'm sympathetic to your concerns. I can see how some of you might naively believe that, like, 1 bajillion Palestinian babies killed by U.S. weapons might be a lot. I can see, like, your feelings on that. Your feelings are valid.
If you lived in one of those kibbutzim in Israel, right next to Gaza, where the people there were the most pro-friendship with Palestine, most pro-two-state solution of any of the Israeli communities, were the ones right next to Gaza. And Hamas butchered them. And so then...
That music festival was on the cusp of achieving a lasting peace for both sides. Deeply regrettable.
The people who criticize it are essentially saying, yeah, but look how many people you've killed in Ritalin. So how many is enough for you to kill to punish them for the terrible things they did? That all sounds nice until you realize, what would you do if it was your family and you hadn't done anything but support a homeland for the Palestinians?
So he is, like, unironically, what he's saying here is, because the innocent civilians who were killed by Hamas on October 7th might not have all been openly pro-settlement, that my moral argument for the indiscriminate slaughter of Palestinian civilians is, well, how would you feel? This is like openly pro-genocidal rhetoric. It's really not meaningfully different from anything Republicans say. It's rhetorically a little different because it doesn't sound as bloodthirsty, but the logic is essentially the same as when people say, like, you know, oh, you think it's wrong of us to, like, brutalize the black community in New York with stop and search, or stop and frisk and, like, unlawful searches or whatever? Well, how would you feel if you were the parents of that white girl who died in the MTA like 6 days ago or something? You know? What? This is, like, fascist rhetoric. The idea of, like, playing off people's sympathies to justify the inhuman, indiscriminate, like, retaliatory violence against the population. Even in Bill Clinton's rhetoric here, in his like argument, he is lumping in Hamas and the Palestinians. He's saying, how many of us have to die for what we did after October 7th? His words here rope in everyone, you know?
And one day they come for you and slaughter the people in your village. You would say, well, you'll have to forgive me, I'm not keeping score that way. It isn't.
Oh, sorry. I know this has gone back and forth for like 80 years, but after this attack, now we have like no holds barred. We can do whatever we want. We're not keeping score that way. We'll kill as many babies as we have to. This is great. Thank you for bringing this guy out to speak. Really good stuff. This is going to convince a lot of young Muslims in Michigan to vote. If we lose because of Michigan, like if Michigan goes red on these margins, the Democrats earned it, they deserve it, and it's all their fault. Sorry, this goes to no one else. If Jill Stein is successful in pulling away enough of this like demographic in order to shift Michigan to red, it is 100% Democrats. I'm not blaming Jill Stein either. Like Jill Stein may have been a plant by Russia to facilitate right-wing interests, but like this is an unforced error from the Democrats. It's pretty much impossible to blame anyone but them for this one.
How many we've had to kill. Because Hamas makes sure that they're shielded.
Not to mention, this guy is probably the main reason that Democrats never talk about Epstein in public.
They'll force you to kill civilians if you want to defend yourself.
That's great. Good stuff.
One of the things that we have been letting people know, and I want to really thank Abandon Harris for having the courage to say this, right? We want them to lose.
I'm sorry. I gotta blame the Dems if they lose to this gambit. Like, if you lose to the universe's most obvious psyop. That dude is cosplaying, right? No. That's Jill Stein's campaign manager. I know liberals are cringe, but never trust leftists who hate liberals more than fascists. Well, they're not leftists. They're usually fascists. Basically, every single online, and they're always online, every single online, like, community group or space that has done the whole, like, I don't care who suffers, the Dems need to lose, it doesn't matter if Trump wins, basically all of them are reactionaries. If you take a look at their rhetoric holistically, you know? They're either paid propagandists, usually like Russia tied. They lie, like they put forward the same lies the same way, you know? Or they're just reactionaries and they want like an edgier, cooler reason to be reactionaries. Can we still make fun of the Green Party? I mean, if the Green Party cost the Democrats Michigan, I think you should primarily, like, make fun of the Democrats. Zigabiz, I don't know why every time this subject comes up, you're like you're in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and you're on a keto diet, you know? Don't you think if instead of a river of chocolate, this was a river of bacon fat, that would be better for people's blood sugar in the long run? Like, you're... I don't understand the pull. Because you love to pretend there was an easy way for them to avoid what happened. I've never, literally never said that. You're shadowboxing. I've never said this was an easy thing to avoid. If you're watching Bill Clinton unironically endorse a genocide, and your response is like, well, what would you have done? You're engaging in fascist apologia as well. I have never pretended that it would have been easy. I've done like multiple videos where I've said like it would have been really difficult to challenge Israel in a way that didn't prompt a whole bunch of like accusations of anti-Semitism, but Biden's strategy of just doing whatever Netanyahu wants, offering no pushback, drawing red lines and abandoning them was like the worst possible way to handle it, because now Netanyahu has been given like infinite credence to decide. Like, you're being disingenuous. I don't know why you're so harped up on this subject. Like, does no one else think it's really, 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 really fucking weird that Democrats have essentially bent the knee to AIPAC spending when AIPAC is an objectively right-wing PAC? Like, in what other context would we not think that's weird? Like, you know, oh, Democrats have adopted 57 different rhetorical, you know, strategies in order to work around the incentives provided by AIPAC spending. Because I've yet to hear of a right way or right response when I have to say, okay, Zigabiz, you understand how you're in the wrong on this one, right? Like you can't every time the genocide, like Hitler 2 comes up, you can't be like, well, how would you have beat Hitler 2? Here, I'm gonna do what the Dems should have done to AIPAC, and I'm going to make sure that you're not an influence on the election. No, Vosh, I've heard moral arguments that I agree with. Yeah, but you're doing, what's the term? Sea lioning. That's the term, right? Where like, this is the 5 millionth time this has come up, and every time, even though the subject's been discussed, you're like, well, how would you have stopped it? Like, you're not arguing from a pragmatic perspective. You're arguing from a moral one, because nobody argues this insistently from a pragmatic perspective. You think it's morally wrong to challenge the rhetoric on this. Otherwise, you wouldn't care. Sea lining is such a stupid term. It happens all the time. No, I think it's counterproductive. I think that this is counterproductive, and I think you're being disingenuous. Come back after the election. It's like every time with that guy. And it's never even the like, I disagree with what you're saying now. It's like the, I broadly don't think you've appropriately addressed the such and such. I think it's unproductive of you to point out the objectively awful, morally wrong. Like, are you suggesting that there would have been political consequences to Bill Clinton not coming out in Michigan and saying this awful shit? Like, AIPAC would have ruined Kamala's chances right on the eve of the election if they hadn't booked Bill Clinton for this? Like, what are you talking? It's concern trolling. Fuck off. Okay, enough of that. Don't make yourself up next, ENG. Don't put yourself up next on the stage. I'll get you too. Oh my God. I will vote. Vote for Trump. Did you mention Mount Fuji being snowless for the first time in 130 years? Isn't it? They only started recording 130 years ago, right? That's what I saw in the tweet. So it's actually the first time Mount Fuji has ever been snowless in all of recorded history. In October. In October. What is there to say about that? Yeah, what is there to say about that? We started recording that because it stopped erupting, not that we didn't record before. Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't really count if it was snowless before during an October when it erupted. Like, there's no snow there because there's lava there. Like, that's like, so the first time in recorded history that it's a snowless Mount Fuji in October, when there's not rivers of lava heating the top of the mountain. I'm wearing no hoodie in November right now. That's an issue. It's pretty cold over here in Seattle, like by Seattle standards, but lava is hot. Lava is indeed hot. Thank you for your contribution to this discourse. Japan recorded its hottest summer on record this year since statistics began in 1898. Okay, yeah, so they're saying like, yeah, for as long as we have recorded these stats. The average temperature from June to August was 1.76 degrees Celsius above the normal level, surpassing the previous record of 1.08 degrees set in 2010. Cool, cool, cool. Japan remained unusually warm into the fall, with at least 74 cities recording temperatures of 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit or higher in the first week of October. Sheesh! Yeah, this is actually like a net positive for the queers because now they can dress slutty for Halloween more easily because it's not cold. It's also a pretty mountain. But everyone does that, Vosh. The queers just do it best. I mean, maybe. I think that Halloween is unambiguously queer people's favorite holiday. I don't think there's any contest to that one. That's the, like, unanimous, because gay people love costumes. Have you read about Valencia and the floods? Yeah, I've seen about Valencia and the floods. The flash floods where 100 billion people died in like 8 seconds because it rained really hard. Let me see if I can get a video.
In Spain, more than 155 people have died from devastating flash floods in the eastern and southern parts of the country. Torrential rains fueled what Spanish officials say was the worst natural disaster in the country's modern history.
Rain.
It led to rivers of mud and debris coursing through towns, washing away cars. Sky News correspondent Siobhan Robbins made her way to the Valencia region to see the destruction firsthand.
So we're here in the suburb of Revel, which is in the city of Algemesí, and I just want to show you this street. I mean, the situation here speaks for itself. All of this mud was brought in by the river. It's gone into people's houses. You can see their water filling the front of the home there. It's the same with the neighbour. It's the same all up and down this street. Everything
Really is like that climate change is viewing a bunch of disaster videos through other people's phone cameras until eventually you're the one recording yourself bit, you know?
has been destroyed. They said that this happened within minutes. If you look here, you can see this car stuck in the mud. There's another one at the end of the street that's on its nose. Down the bottom there, one that's been pushed onto its side. And everywhere we've gone here is a simple...
Was this a really dry place? Not really, but it was like half a meter of rainfall in like 48 hours or something. The amount of rain was insane.
Scene. But the other thing that's repeated throughout this area is the anger that people are feeling.
There was no time for evacuation. It's rain. It wasn't a hurricane coming in. It was rain. Like, it just rained and kept raining. Like, it happened as it happened.
We've been shouted down to from balconies almost in every other street saying, no one's come to help us, we have no food, we haven't seen the police. People here feel totally abandoned and they're traumatized. They don't have any money. Many of them say they don't have any clothes. They say they have nothing.
It's crazy fucked up. Look at this. This is the shot I keep seeing on social media. All of the cars piled up in the one road. Water always wins. Water always wins. That's like the one, that's your engineering degree, your civil engineering degree. Water always wins. I wish we had that in Seattle, Sake. Did in LA. But those protesters blocked a road once, both sides. Yeah, I sure am glad that we locked up those climate protesters, you know, for blocking the road. Imagine how inconvenient it would have been for drivers if they'd had to deal with that and this.
Bon, així ens hem alçat de la torre, ha baixat l'aigua, ahir per la nit se veia l'aigua del riu Arràs i...
Yeah, they threw soup at a piece of glass in front of a famous painting. You monster! That glass was 18 fucking years old. It was vintage.
I mesones de la torre.
It's woman and her pets being rescued. Oh, this is just okay. So this isn't even like news coverage. CBS just collabed a bunch of. This is the reporting at the end.
Parts of Spain are recovering today from massive flooding, and the danger may not be over yet. This week's storm is being blamed for at least 60 deaths, and the situation is so dire, some residents needed to be rescued by a bulldozer. Look at those images coming into us right now.
Oh, by the way, 200 or so dead. Do you have any idea how many 200 is in a developed first world country like Spain? Over 200. Not even a hurricane. It was from a rainstorm. Flooding from a rainstorm. 200.
Spain's prime minister spoke this morning and told flood victims, quote, "We will not abandon you." CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay is monitoring the situation for us from Rome this morning. So, Chris, we just showed some of that video. The damage is extensive. Also, some incredible rescues. What are you learning?
The local far-right government also disbanded the regional emergency response team as soon as they got into office, citing reducing public spending. That's great. That's good. I love how the rapid worsening of climate change is coinciding with the like rise of fascism and public austerity all around the Western world. Super cool.
Yeah, some incredible rescues and some terrifying images of those mudslides charged by torrential rain and hail. You know, unfortunately, this kind of imagery is becoming more and more normal here in the Mediterranean. That bulldozer scooping people out of their buildings, bringing them to safety, helicopters plucking people from the water. This is mostly happening in the region and around the city of Valencia in eastern Spain, as well as the southern part of the country. In one town around Valencia called Chiva, it experienced more rainfall than it normally gets in 1 year in just the span of 8 hours. So really seeing some horrific imagery coming out of that. And as you mentioned, just the death toll that continues to climb. You know, when I woke up this morning, it was just a few people who had been reported dead, and just over the span of a few hours, it had jumped to dozens and dozens, and now we have more than 60 people confirmed dead.
Here are the satellite images before and after. Oh my God. At least they kept the seawall. I don't know what I don't know what the like topography of the city is. I don't know why this strip was preserved. All the beachfront property, I guess. We just won't have coastal cities anymore. Well, the nice thing is this was rain. This could happen anywhere. I mean, obviously it can't happen anywhere, right? Like some areas are more prone to heavy rainfall than others, but this could theoretically happen, you know, kind of anywhere. In some places, the opposite will happen. Yep. For every area of the world that gets unprecedented rainfall, there's another area experiencing a drought. There's only so much water on the earth. It's kind of a closed system, you know? Not to get all alarmist with you guys, but like the amount of water on the earth is kind of like a, you know, it's complicated, but it's more or less a constant variable. Oh, I love these. Flooding made the entire goddamn city blue. Me when I turned Flux on. No, it made it brown? Oh, I'm stupid. Ha! Yeah, no, sorry, it's all mud. Made it brown. Me when I turned Flux off, saved. Ooh, that one's real bad. The flooding was bad enough that it swept up all the vegetation. Flooding has to be pretty damn bad to, like, rip trees up, you know? I mean, it happens, but it's like, you know... Holy shit, 60 billion to Israel? True. Ah, this is the water treatment plant. You don't want to get floods in your water treatment plant, folks. It's not good. Skip to the 30-second mark to see how fast a flash flood is. I've stood in these? No, you haven't. If you stood in this, it would instantly knock the strongest man in the world down. It doesn't seem like much because you're just seeing it in a video footage, but if you think about it logically, it's like you're in your house and you hit Q for a Valorant game, and then you hear a rumble outside, and you finish Q, and then like a minute passes, and then you hear another rumble, and you look outside, and the road that looked normal before is now like 3 feet deep. You know? It's like it's impossible to. It's just one of those things where the scale of it can't really. It's impossible to like understand or contextualize that, because my frame of reference, and this is like really minimal in comparison, but in Los Angeles there are very, very few water sinks. So if there is heavy rain in Los Angeles, it doesn't take much rain for some of the like angled roads to start getting like a deep river, you know, along the side. And I remember one time it was raining really hard. I was like a kid or something, and I was driving back down the hills from the valley, and there are sections of the valley where you of the hills where water pools and then like pours down, and a few of the little like drainage sections were clogged up with like branches or leaves or whatever. And there was a section of it that I swear to God, like 3 or 4 feet deep water in LA. I mean, like and it wasn't like a horrible rainstorm, like no one died or anything, it was fine, but like it doesn't take much, you know, at all. Sheesh. I've read 12 centimeters of fast-flowing water is enough to knock someone over. Not sure how true that is. Completely true. 100% true. Because what everyone thinks is like, oh, could I withstand the weight of that much water, like, if I'm already in a river? But the problem is the water gets under your feet. It's not just water. It's usually like a muddy sludge. So it gets under, and then there's a buoyancy force on your feet. So now it's like you're on slippery ground, and you're being pushed up and forward. It can knock anyone over, you know? Yeah, you hydroplane like a car, exactly. Jesus. 12 centimeters is enough for cars. 1 centimeter would be enough for humans. Yeah, a human could get knocked over by far less than 12 centimeters of water, like depending on the conditions. Keep in mind the ground underneath you will often like shift as well. If you're on dirt or whatever, like you get carried away basically. Where did that car go? This orange and white one? This depth of water is too much for a car. You can't drive in this. They go off stage right. Oh my God, they got eaten. Where the fuck did they go? My guess is they backed out and they're somewhere behind this thing. They hit reverse and instantly went back, and they got carried a bit by the water, which was the smartest thing they could do. I was worried they were going to try to drive forward around this corner, which was probably their initial plan before like the flood came. You know? Yeah, I think they backed up. My dumbass would have TV. Yeah, because no one gets like taught in driving school like what happens if a historic flood happens in your city, you know? Get away! Oh, there they are. Okay, they went around. Okay, there they are. All right. But now the water's coming anyway.
Ay, 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 ay.
I'm off insane.
Se ha roto del
I could
todo el
stand in
puente.
that. Driving school in 20 years is just going to be how to escape every natural disaster. Driving school in 20 years is going to be like, okay, in order for you to get your license, we're taking you to the floodplains. We're taking you to the Everstorm, where 11 inches of rain fall every single day. And you're going to navigate this, like, what remains of the track here, okay? And if you can make it through it, you get your license. You have to go to the Everstorm, the cloud that never ceases.
Mira, se acaba de derrumbar esa casa, tío, esa pared.
Do you think car dependence will go down the next decades? I mean, not to like turn this into train evangelism, which I often engage in anyway, but trains do generally do better with floods than cars, because cars drive on a smooth, flat surface that is often where the water pools. Trains are often on a somewhat elevated surface, and they're surrounded by the they're elevated by the rail and then the wooden board, and then they have the fill. Not saying they're immune to it at all. I'm just saying, like, they're usually on raised surfaces. They're very heavy. They'll stop a train if, like, the train tracks are flooded as well, but they're not... It's a pretty bad situation. I'm not saying trains are, like, the one-size-fits-all solution. I couldn't imagine how devastated I would feel if the neighborhood that I lived in... This isn't America, folks. I bet a lot of people in Valencia actually own their homes and have some kind of attachment to the community that they live in. The idea of, like, looking outside and seeing everything that I'd grown up with annihilated in the span of a single day by forces that are so large that you can't even get mad at, like, a person for doing it. I mean, you can... Certainly, if you're a fan of my content and the politics that my content lead you in, there are many people you can get mad at, but it's not like an invading army, you know? Sheesh. Okay, this is terrifying. This water isn't even moving. This is just the pooling of the rainwater at a low-lying street. Jesus Christ. Look at that. Cool.
Mira que crecía, papa, mira que crecía. ¿Tú crees que esto es normal? Mira, mira la calle del médico. Mira la calle como va para abajo, de agua.
María, la furgoneta baja por ahí. Mira la que nos hemos librado.
Mamma mia.
It's... Look, the only thing that I'm going to say after all of this, like, in a prescriptive sense, like, you know, let's try to take a lesson from this. Union Station flooding. I remember seeing this. Built that shit underground. The only, like, prescriptive statement that I'm going to try to make from this is, like, this is a crisis that is magnified along class lines, but ultimately affects literally everyone. When stuff like this can happen, like, it can happen anywhere, right? It's not like... Because for a long time, we've treated the climate crisis like it's like, okay, so maybe the Philippines get a worse hurricane now and again. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. Like a Western city, a well-developed Western city can be basically like annihilated or crippled in no time. off of something that we can't protect or prevent, or we can't do anything about it. You know? No one's safe from it. I feel like there will be changes made, but like, no matter how quickly we make those changes and how effectively we make them, we're still kind of past the point of no return, or at least we're past the point of no quick return. Maybe in a few hundred years, you know, we have like the amazing solar tech, hydroelectric, geothermal tech, whatever, and it's all great, maybe. And then like the climate disasters get scaled back, and every year there's like weaker and weaker hurricanes or something cool like that. But we're past the point of a quick return, right? In our lifetimes, things will only get worse or taper off. And, you know, like being able to live comfortably in a city is going to come down to how well that city is already designed in anticipation of events that were literally not even a thing back when the cities were founded, and how well they can be like retrofitted to that effect. You know what I mean? Like, how well can a city be built to survive these problems? TLDR, we're cooked. I don't think we're necessarily cooked. I think we're like a little cooked. I'd say we're a little roasted. We're maybe a little like broiled, you know? There's definitely like a tasty char on me. We're a little toasted, yeah. I don't think we're fully cooked. I think that I think changes will be made. We'll see. We'll see. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. That is true, Intelligent Donkey, though I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make. Wow. It's grim. It's grim. Let me piss real quick. We've still got a million things to talk about. We ain't even talked about the Epstein stuff. All right. Not trying to do a gotcha. Always, I love reading a message that opens with this. You know, it always fills me with whatever the opposite of dread is. Greatly scaling back our meat is something that has to happen to scale back emissions. I agree completely. But there's no political will to do so, even among climate activists and leftists. You know, it is so funny that you mentioned that. It's funny. You make me laugh. You know that? You make me laugh. Did you know that a little while ago, I got reached out to by Adam Shea? I hope that's the correct pronunciation. Really more of a read the name than a hear the name said out loud kind of guy. Adam Shea, did I get that right? Who? If you know, you know. He's been putting some effort in with an ordinance in Denver, a referendum. Secret recordings show ugly conditions ahead of Denver's slaughterhouse ban referendum. Now, folks, I'm not showing you the videos. I'm not showing you the videos. Coward, it has nothing to do with me. Why not? You stupid? Advocates hope the graphic videos, which were shared with The Intercept, will help rally support for the ballot initiative. If you want to go find awful, disgusting videos of pigs being slaughtered, you can do so. Here's the safe for work, less graphic. You know, what if we had a pig that we could make like perfectly cylindrical to stack more of them in the tube that we send them down so they can be killed? Don't slaughterhouses have incredibly high turnover rates? Yeah, working at a slaughterhouse is basically like the people who work there quit and have mental health issues and are suicidal for the rest of their lives, basically. It's pretty fucking horrible. It grinds at your soul. And not to even speak of the damn pigs, you know? Those are sheep. Those are sheep, not pigs. Okay, now that I'm looking at them closely, I can see the ears. I can see they're sheep and not pigs. Okay, thank you. I don't think that necessarily undermines the point that I was making. Meat industry workers have the highest divorce rate of any other job in the country. I'm not gonna lie, man. Listen, okay? I am like pro-vegan, which is my way of saying, like, much in the same way that I would think it would be great if like the water and the food that I get at the grocery store didn't come from awful multinational corporations. If those multinational corporations were broken up and they stopped doing unethical things, even if I had to pay for more to get the same types of foods, I would. It's one of those wonderful positions where I can hold a moral high ground without doing anything myself to make my life any worse. I do genuinely think, though, that if there was some version of the like do-it-yourself rule, like you can have animal products as long as you're willing to make them, I think that most people would go vegan. I really, really don't think that people today have the stomach for slaughtering animals for meat. Like, a lot of people do if they, like, grow up on a farm or whatever, but most day-to-day life people, I don't think they really do, which is a reason why that's kind of like a separated field, unless it's fish. People are a little more tolerant with the fish, but I think that a lot of people wouldn't want it. There was, like, a video that went viral earlier on Twitter, which was, like, caviar being harvested from some kind of fish or another. And a bunch of people were like, this is disgusting and hard to look at, and it's animal torture, and the only reason we're tolerating it is because it's a fish and not like a deer or something. You know, whatever. One of these days, we'll all be eating soy, and you'll love it. Thank you. The largest lamb slaughterhouse in the U.S. is in Denver, but maybe not for long. Superior Farms processes between 15 and 20% of lambs killed for meat in the U.S. each year. The vast slaughterhouse, located for decades in the Globeville neighborhood, is one of the poorest areas in the city with over 90% Latino residents, advertises sustainable, locally sourced, halal-certified meat production, and an employee-owned business model. How curious. Now, though, animal rights activists are trying to upend that carefully constructed image by releasing new disturbing footage obtained surreptitiously on the slaughterhouse floor. Remember that in several states, it has actually been made illegal to do journalism where you videotape what happens on farms and in slaughterhouses, because the meat lobby, you know, they lobbied the local politicians, and they were like, it would make us look really bad if people saw how bad this was. Imagine if, you know, Upton Sinclair's The Jungle was illegal to, like, make and publish. Like, how confident do you feel in the quality of the animal products you consume when the people who run those factories are making it illegal for journalists to take videos of what they're doing in there? The videos show a range of animal abuses, routine cruelties, and instances that legal experts with the AALDP, that's the Animal Activist Legal Defense Project, say could violate animal cruelty and humane slaughter laws. The DXE investigators work anonymously to avoid tangles with law enforcement for entering the slaughterhouse and filming without Superior Farms' permission. Videos shared with The Intercept prior to the report's public release show, among other things, lambs with their throats slit, hanging upside down and thrashing on the slaughter line, one animal with an internal organ that has been torn inside out and left dangling behind it as it heads to slaughter, Injured lambs being led to slaughter, workers laughing, spanking animals, and engaging in simulated sex acts with nearby machinery as lambs are having their throats slit, and the apparent use of so-called Judas sheep, adult sheep kept alive at the facility and used to lead the younger sheep to slaughter. In general, that's what you can expect to see in a slaughterhouse, said Eric Davis, a retired veterinarian at the University of California Davis School of Veterinary Medicine, who reviewed a video reel provided by the animal rights activists. This one is on the edge of badness, but it's not going to be that much better if it's running well. What? I guess he's like, this is pretty much normal. You know, like this is pretty ordinary. Yeah, animal abuse and bestiality laws in the U.S. have loopholes for them in animal agriculture. I understand animal abuse laws having loopholes. What? Okay. If you say anything negative to me about slaughterhouses, I'll believe it. This is I'm like a median voter. I'm very impressionable with this one. You could tell me basically anything about slaughterhouses that is negative and I will believe it completely. I'll believe like the worst version of it, essentially. They mean artificial insemination? Oh, I'm sure that's like the, you know, I'm sure that's the reason they write down. Vosh, you couldn't be a median voter even if you tried? Maybe. There's an opinion article in the Denver Post from a former slaughterhouse worker. There's a video of processed lamb meat up here that some people might find disturbing, so I'm not showing it. Which is difficult to read. The ordinance is Ordinance 309 in Denver. Now, it would ban the construction and operation of slaughterhouses within city limits. Now, I'm gonna try and make a case for this like really quick because I've talked about all this before and I don't want to like, you know, preach to the choir or anything. I don't think you're a bad person if you eat meat, you know? Your lithium comes from mines, your computer parts are mined in the Congo, blah 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 blah, right? You can do this with everything, right? I think that like the least you can do is try to like systemically push for, yeah, we live in a society. The least you can do is try to systemically push for an alteration to the systems that produce bad things. You know, that's like, it's like kind of like the goal. I think this could set a very strong positive precedent. You know, the idea of like the flat out ban of a slaughterhouse being prompted by like ethical abuses. It could be quite good. If I recall correctly, slaughterhouse workers who stay long have a statistically higher chance of becoming violent criminals. They're psychopaths. You kind of have to be. It'd be like being surprised if like a medieval prison warden or like, you know, king's torturer became a sociopath when they retired, you know? It's like, yeah, it's obviously an evil job. Like there's no, like, did you know that there are higher rates of domestic abuse from the slave drivers who whip 9-year-olds who mine cobalt in Congo, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Really? You're telling me those guys might be like kind of evil? It's not a job that you can take if you have a high degree of empathy, and the job will only erode whatever empathy you already have. You know? It's pretty rough. What are vegan ethics? Vegan ethics is when you irritate and inconvenience other people at the cookout. Based. Look, from the sanitation perspective, slaughterhouses are fucking disgusting. They produce disgusting slop with low standards, and the meat industry has lobbied to protect themselves from legal investigation. They are horrible in their product and horrible for the people who work there. From a climate perspective, an ungodly amount of our agricultural production and our water use goes towards the incredibly inefficient meat industry, which is thermodynamically very, very, very inefficient because you have to produce a lot of feed in order to give to the cow or whatever. And we also kill like a bajillion chickens a second in a giant, like, you know, wood chipper, basically, where we just throw like the male chickens in when they're like 1 second old, you know? I don't know. It seems kind of mean. It's probably not good. It's just not a good practice, man. It's also not like humans ever ate like this, like ever, you know? For all of human history, meat was an occasional luxury, and we, for the most part, ate, you know, grains and, you know, legumes and nuts and vegetables and fruits and, yeah, so on and so forth. But now, like, fat pig slop Americans are going out and eating like 2 hamburgers a day every day, which is insane. And the only reason you can afford to do that is because the animal agriculture industry is so subsidized, because there's like this massive mega lobby that keeps politicians like subsidizing every step of the process when it's so inefficient and wastes so many resources. And we would have, I don't know, man, like maybe learn how to cook. I cannot imagine my life without chicken. It's literally 80 to 90% of my diet. I get that, but that's kind of a skill issue. Like, you're kind of like growing up on Soylent Green and getting indignant if people point, like, what do you mean? Like, you're having nothing but Soylent and you're like, well, what am I supposed to do? Make a meal? Probably, yeah. Climate activists in Montreal were arrested last week. They love to arrest climate activists. They love that shit. Well, anyway, this isn't about like individually judging people or anything. It's just, it's nasty. It's nasty. Me affirming every like joke people in my community make about me by having 3 Selvage Denim video recommends on the right-hand side from the stuff that I watch on my computer before the stream starts when I'm like eating breakfast or whatever.
What is about it? Well, they want to propose to close all the slaughterhouses in Denver. Superior Farms is the only one.
Advocates say they're trying to curb animal cruelty with ballot measure 309. It would put Denver's only slaughterhouse on the chopping block.
In industrial slaughterhouses and factory farms, animal cruelty isn't the exception, it's the rule. If ballot measure 309...
The fucked up thing, too, is that I think that animal cruelty isn't even the way to come at this, because even though it's correct, because everyone who says animal cruelty isn't an issue wouldn't shoot a dog right in front of them, because they're inconsistent. They're okay with it if it's not happening in front of them, which is not a defensible position, morally speaking, right? Like, they are... They are only fine with it because it's been normalized and it's not happening directly in front of them. So this would be a sufficient argument if we lived in a sane world, but because people are socialized into being sociopaths about animal cruelty when it's not happening directly in front of them, you've got sanitation, you've got economic inefficiency, you've got climate change. There are so many different angles to this, you know?
9 passes, it will shut down the largest lamb slaughterhouse in the country.
It's all about perspective.
It's the largest company in the United States, and I'm so proud of saying that.
After working at Superior Farms for 24 years, Isabel Bautista is now the operations manager.
When I started, I was doing this job.
She said she knows every single employee.
So this is Maria. Maria Martinez has been with the company for over 4 years. We have Robert on that side.
Maria, Robert.
Is over 4 years really what you're going with for that one? Like, normally if you're showing off the legacy your workers have within the community, you go with like, here's somebody who's been here for 30 years. 4 years?
Isabel and 157 other workers' jobs are also on the chopping block with this proposal.
This is our house. This is a big family. 160 employees, but we are one family. It breaks my heart. I had to tell employees.
Classic. We'll lose our jobs at the baby killing factory. Also, we're all one big family. Definitely not like the biggest red flag you could ever hear. What's the point of banning slaughterhouse within the city limits except NIMBYism? Because it's a city It would be a city ordinance. They can only have jurisdiction over their own territory. That's the level this is being done at.
That they're no longer going to have a job if it passes.
The proposal requires the city to provide workforce training or employee assistance if workers lose their jobs.
And the timeline of the initiative would be January 2026. So that would provide approximately 14 months.
Chris Caraway is an animal activist attorney
You'll find another job. The economy is not doing that bad.
working alongside Pro Animal Future, the group who brought on the ordinance.
It is a cruel business, even when there are no lawful violations. You know, what they are doing to animals should not be tolerated under evolving standards of decency and compassion.
There is nothing to hide. This is who we are. And that's why we're here. And we just want people to be able to know more about Superior Farms before they make a decision.
There's not very compelling arguments. This is who we are.
Superior Farms buys the lambs from hundreds of family farms and supplies products to supermarkets and restaurants across the United States. A study by Colorado State found the ban could cost hundreds of millions of dollars and threaten thousands of jobs in the worst case scenario, but it did not elaborate on the time frame for that loss. Ria Jha, 9 News.
A lot of us really didn't even know that Denver had a slaughterhouse. We tend to think of this in more rural areas.
Right, and
It would be so much more economically efficient to just, like, produce other foods. 46 billion is crazy. Yeah, but Americans love Borgar. They love shit Borgar, too. They eat slop meat, man. No one ever heard of, like, slop rice. That's not a thing. Rice is rice. No one's rating like A grade, B grade, C grade rice and beans. Rice is rice. You get the rice, it's rice. Congratulations, you have rice. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Millions of dead raccoons. Vosh doesn't know about rice grades. Uh-oh. Have I made a fool of myself? Rice grades. From Rice University. I don't think that's what we're talking about. It actually is a thing. Like the quality of rice. Rice is different types. There are many different... You fucking morons. Meat is graded by quality. We're talking quality. If you're talking about like short grain, medium grain, long grain, jasmine, whatever the fuck... I know there are different types of rice, you fucking idiots. I'm saying grades. So is rice. Rice is also graded by quality. Okay, because people in chat are like, he doesn't know there are different types of rice. I know there are different types of rice. Quality graded rice. Different qualities of rice. Can somebody like find this for me? Because I'm Googling quality of rice and people, the Google is auto-correcting it to types of rice. Like basmati or brown rice. Advances in rice science have typically veered towards increasing food production. Low-yielding varieties with higher-yielding ones produce more grain. Superior quality grains leaving farms low-value product, and consumers for rice they find unappealing to eat. What the fuck am I looking at? I don't think this is at all comparable to meat grading quality. This seems like a very esoteric thing. This seems to me like if I said something like, you know, offhandedly, something like, oh yeah, well, beans are beans, man, just get beans. And people are like, no, there's a vast variety of different bean qualities. And then it's like a very like edge case, like food science thing, as opposed to meat quality grades, which are like an actual thing that people talk about. Five tips to distinguish the quality of rice. So where's the grades? Rice grain diversity and size. This is just size, not grades as in quality. You're proving my point. You're proving my point. I found an article on Japanese rice grading. Oh my fucking God. No, rice grading is a totally real thing. Here's a 1987 article by a Japanese sashimi master who wrote about like the different grades of rice in accordance with which most facilitates the flow of chi through your body after you eat it. This is where the crash out's going to begin. We had a great stream. We were talking about politics. We were learning about the world. This is where it ends. This is where it ends. On a June 2011 ResearchGate.net article on rice quality, a guide to rice properties and analytics. This right here, this is where it all, my whole career, everything we've built, this is where it dies. I'm ready. I'll die on this hill. Look at the USDA standards. I only acknowledge American standards. I don't acknowledge foreign standards. Official inspections for grain, oil seeds, and other agricultural da-da-da-da-da. What is this? Where's the grades? Okay. To be clear, if you Google, like, beef quality grades, you instantly get the anime high-ranking power chart of beef quality. Like, it's very easy to find. If you Google beef grade quality, you instantly get like, yeah, here are the qualities with distinct categories. You get the tier list. You can tell no one uses this because there are no articles on this that aren't scientific papers. Rice grain quality. There is no proper definition or description of rice quality. The quality depends on several factors such as cooking practice and region and usages. Rice is rice. And it's delicious. We have to move on at some point, and it might as well be at the point where I'm at my highest. You might as well... Wait, I'm the one with the power to move us on, and I might as well quit while I'm ahead. Thank you. It's just... This is the right time. Get us out of here. Get us out of here. By the way, I'm more of a short grain rice guy myself, you know, big fan of that. Love sushi rice in all cases. Not a big fan of long grain unless it's like jasmine or heavily seasoned. If it's unseasoned rice, like just white rice from the rice cooker, I think it should be like sushi rice because that shit be sticky and it be sticking, you know? You said we were moving on. I'm just sharing my personal preference. That's not illegal yet. Yet. Why would you ever not season rice? If you're having it like, I don't know, in the, like, the way a lot of people eat it? Like, with just rice? Salt? It needs salt and pepper? And you people call me white. Fuck it, me going back to Tokyo and they give me like a little bowl of rice as a starter after I've had my miso soup. And I'm like, all right, let me just, yep, gotta get there we go. Gotta get the sea salt and the black pepper mixed in. No, they'll like it. They'll like it there, you know? You definitely won't get beheaded by the resident sushi chef. They season the rice too, dumbass. What do you mean by they? Oh. Woohoo! Hey! Wahoo! Yippee! Hey! Ooh! Every time I say like yay or yippee, I'm reminded of the image of Elon Musk jumping where he's been photoshopped to have a fat tummy. And like my fat retarded son when he gets a win in Fortnite or something. Yippee! That's like, it's inseparable. Emote, it wouldn't make a good emote. It wouldn't make a good emote. It would just look like a little stick. I would love to make it an emote, but it would be like, it would just look like an X with a fat tummy. I can try it. We can like test it. This is too good to be an emote. Chat, is it worthy? I've been meaning to like update our emote page for quite a while anyway, so I guess it's on the table, but we'll have to give it a sec. My stupid chud son. When my stupid chud son's Wojak comic gets more than 100 replies on poll. Yippee! You guys see this? Of course you did. All you rushed to tell me. They're calling it the most flattering thumbnail of all time, as far as I can zoom in. On Jubilee, they brought Destiny in for the chat's blocking. I can't. It's the thumb, so it's like I'm trying to zoom in to only see the thumb. But if I go to the video, it gets rid of the thumb. Describing Destiny as a Democrat, like just as that, like the Democrat, like that's a wild way to describe him, but it is true. As my understanding, I don't believe the man's voting for Jill Stein. Every time I see him, he has different hair and beard. He mixes it up. Look at his forehead. I can't. He's got hair covering the forehead. He looks like a science teacher. He does look like a science teacher with his shirt. This is like a classic engineering, like science guy, short sleeve button up, heavy pattern kind of deal. The indigo, the natural indigo dye, the warp and the weft of the fabric. Excellent. I can't watch it. I'm sorry, I can't watch it. I know, it'd be good novelty. Jubilee tends to send out the copyright things. I'm paranoid about that stuff. I'm sorry, I don't stream on Kick or Twitch or whatever. If I streamed on Twitch, I could watch it and then I could upload the video on YouTube and the editors could deal with all of the, what's your YouTube UI? I have it like really zoomed in because I was trying to show the thumbnail. There, that's what I normally have it. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if I fucking streamed on Twitch, I could cover it and then the editors could deal with the copyright claims and they could like manage it through the fair use thing. But you can't do that if you're streaming on YouTube. It's the same problem we've had. Doesn't it fall under fair use? It doesn't matter if it falls under fair use. If you're live streaming it, you can't deal with the fair use concerns during the live stream. So they just claim it from the live stream. And sometimes it leads to a strike and it's just it's a whole thing. Why don't you stream on Twitch? You see that, Hassan Piker recently got a letter from Congress sent to Amazon and Twitch because he's an edgy pro-Palestinian boy. It's rough out there for live streamers, but that's just how it is, you know? I feel like you have to explain this every time. Yeah, and every time there are people who are like, listen, as somebody who has no YouTube channel, trust me, I think that you can deal with a fair use copyright strike as it happens live in your live stream, you know? Why is it Ben Shapiro versus 25 Kamala voters, but Destiny is just a Democrat? I genuinely think that Destiny is... I can't, like, criticize him from a business perspective because he's, you know, wildly successful, of course. But I feel like being named Destiny makes it difficult to just say your Destiny because Destiny is obviously, for one, a woman's name, and for two, like, a common... It's both a person's name and a concept, you know? Ben Shapiro is like a distinct name that refers to one person. So I think genuinely it might just be like, maybe if he was still called like Root Destiny or something, it'd be like, oh yeah, Root Destiny, you know? Or Stephen Bonnell. I mean, I just goes often enough by his actual name, but I don't really know. I think it'd be based if you return to Twitch. Yeah, man, I could return to Twitch and then have to instantly like self-censor a solid third of my best jokes. No, I don't think so. That's okay. Get the damn letter. I saw Code Monster. Somebody earlier said Lonerbox got banned. Why did Lonerbox get banned? Did it have anything to do with like Hamas or anti-Semitism or whatever? Somebody said, is that true? Is it not true? Maybe it's not true at all. Somebody just said it. I was going to respond to it immediately, but I didn't respond to it at the time because I was doing a bit. I don't remember what the bit was. Asking chat a genuine question is probably an issue. Probably, yeah, probably. Jack can't focus. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. What the fuck is this guy wearing? I wasn't even looking at the right-hand side of the... 1 Democrat versus 25 Trump voters. Here we have a median Trump voter. Hell yeah, man. Lonerbox isn't banned. I don't know what they're talking about. Okay, so that was just fake news. Gotcha, okay. He's a MAGA gangsta, according to himself. Well, in order to be like an openly pro-Trump black guy, you have to appeal to all of the racist biases of the average Trump voter, you know? Like you can't be like a public, you either have to completely disavow all like quote unquote thuggery and you have to be like, well, actually I'm the only black guy who's good and that's because I don't partake in black culture. Listen to the way I talk very white. Do you like me yet? Or you have to go the other direction and be like essentially doing minstrelry, but like while being black. Crazy stuff. Black MAGA gangsta.
I don't think you know what American values are. I don't think you know what this country was founded or built
I bet he just said that because this guy's black. It's fucked up.
upon. And I think you guys are obsessed with a cult leader who is taking the entire Republican Party off of a cliff.
Everything he say he do. Trump is gangster. Remember.
Can you give me...
All right. I was going to see how long it took me to find the excuse. Jubilee did reach out to me a while ago and asked if I wanted to do this, if I wanted to be like the 1 Democrat versus 25 somethings. And I think that doing this is degrading to the human spirit. And instantly the opening 10 seconds of this video have reminded me that I am correct and I will never, ever do this. And I don't care how much you all beg for me to do it. Genuine, and this is not intended as like an underhanded like such and such because I don't like the guy, but Destiny has a stronger spirit than me in this very specific context. I fully acknowledge this because I cannot tolerate talking to disingenuous grifters who do the bit. I can't do the bit. I can't do the bit. I can't engage with the bit. Yeah, it looks like he's wearing like the France hat. Could he not have found a more American beanie? He has an incredible capacity for bad faith engagement. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he can, it's so much, man. Just exhausting to the spirit. According to Destiny and one of the conservatives on the show, the Trump voters were given the topics ahead of time. That makes sense because you're kind of putting Destiny in the gauntlet. I'm curious whether the same was the case when Ben Shapiro was there, because I have a feeling Ben Shapiro would not go into an environment without like being given the questions beforehand. I'm not really sure. I don't like Jubilee as an organization. You know, it's very much like if you're profiteering off of stupid low IQ bad faith engagement at this point without like having a side, you know, without having like a correct position on it. Yeah, it's desperate content mill slop. The past week has been so shameless. Not to mention the copyright strikes. The 25 he was going against were given his prompts. Like Destiny was given prompts beforehand to like how to respond to answers. I don't know. I don't want to play like 20 questions with chat. They're doing the telephone game. Whatever. You not being able to do the bit might be linked to me being autistic. I mean, I could do that. I could do the ableism thing, or like, you know, actually I'm a small being who's incapable of, but I don't want to do that because I'm not like a bitch. I just don't like that shit, you know? I don't like talking to people who I don't think this guy believes, like, just, I don't need to know anything about this guy. I don't think he believes anything he says. I think it's all a bit to him. I think he has fun with it. I think that he gets money from it. I think that he will say whatever he needs to say to appeal to. There is, okay, genuine question. Do you think there would ever be a point in time where this guy would develop an opinion that contradicted the positions of the majority of MAGA people, and then would defend that position and hold it, and then authentically and sincerely disagree with people who would otherwise be giving him money and accolades? Like, he would put his feet in the ground and he would say, no, I don't agree with that. I think that's ridiculous. The Dominion voting machines were not rigged. Donald Trump could not defend that statement in public. They lost like 1 million lawsuits over it. Fox News has had to pay back a bunch of money. Like, a bunch of people have been bankrupted paying back money to them. Like, can you imagine this guy ever doing that off of the 10 seconds we've seen of him? No. So I just, in that environment, I don't want to talk to people. I just don't. I hate you. I hate you. You suck. You're horrible. You should all be deported to feudal land. You should all be tilling crops. You should be tilling crops. To the mines with ye. All of you. All of the Republican grifters. Please, God. It's just this 30-second segment for
I don't know.
2 hours.
I'm the one. I'm asking a very simple question. You can't answer. I can answer your question if you answer my question. Do you acknowledge that he sat for 3 hours?
No, he didn't sit for 3 hours because he gave a speech during those 3 hours.
No, at the very end, he went, after the ellipse speech was done, he went back to the White House, and then he sat in a room with a Diet Coke, and he watched the violence unfold.
How do you know this?
Because it's accounted
Were you
for
there?
by, like, testimony.
Were you there?
How do you know what's happening at the border, what's happening in China? Are you there? What do you mean?
Actually, this gentleman is actually.
Hold on. Are you? I'm sorry. Is your claim that the only way that you can know something is if you personally
But you're
witnessed
making
it?
these claims that he's.
Yeah, this seems about right. Yeah. It definitely doesn't help my bias against these people that all of them are dressed like clowns. You know what I mean? Like, all of them are doing a, like, Hulk Hogan-esque, like, oh, me, I'm the MAGA gangsta. Oh, me, I'm like the, you know, piranha MAGA, because I eat you up and leave nothing but bones. They're all acting like they're fucking WWE wrestlers coming in with, like, an opening line. Here, everyone wants to be the main character, man. Yeah, I'm MAGA Akira, and you know that because I have a biker jacket and I do the Akira slide sometimes before I like start an argument or something. Well, shut the fuck up. I hate all of you. Yeah, Elon's dark MAGA. Everyone wants to be a fucking guy. You're not a One Piece character. You're a retard. You're a simpleton. Your IQ is 83. Shut up. No, a lot of One Piece characters are also pretty dumb. I mean, we stand Luffy. Luffy's pretty dumb.
He sat there.
I'm making this claim based on hundreds of hours of deposition testimony by people that have been in front of a number of courts, in front of the J6 committee, in front of the media, in front of...
I'm stupid broccoli hair MAGA. Be distracted by my broccoli spiral whirl as I lie to you. Like, I feel a strange presence in the air. Could there be a stand user nearby? And there's some dipshit with a fucking Halloween costume on. I'm the MAGA bat.
in front of the media, in front of the... Okay, there are so many different people that are willing to testify to all of this.
Fuck me, man. So yeah, I guess the lesson from this one is that Destiny is absolutely a stronger man than I am in his ability to deal with this shit. I would not be part of the Joestar crew, okay? I would not be like, every day I wake up and there's some guy out there in 40 pounds of clothing staring at me, and then I'd look at them and go, nice day today, and then wait an hour and a half for the stand effect to kick in. Like, he can do that, I can't do that. 90% of that vid is basically that clip over and over. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm sure it's an entertaining video. I endorse you guys watching it. I just can't. I would go over it if it wasn't for the copyright thing. So there you go. That's all I can really say. I'm sorry. the MAGA battery. I wish I had the constitution that, speaking of people who are stronger than me, not laugh at my own jokes. Shalene Pethak, thank you for acknowledging the state of the Biden economy by donating $10 to me and saying, I hope you buy a latte with this. Unironically, like, yeah, you're getting lattes for like $4, $5, $6. I found a place recently where I can get a latte for $4.45, and that to me is like returning to the, you know, returning to the pre-Biden pre-COVID economy, you know? Thank you. Really. Thank you. Okay. Fucking so much shit to talk about, man. We do live in a society. That is true. Oh, last bit, because it's in my retweets. Last bit before we continue. Have you guys seen this one? Don't invite the dolls to your Halloween party unless you want cunty Northernlion to show up. Actually spectacular. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? That's so good. Holy. Cunty lion. That's got to be an emote. What am I looking at? Don't worry about it. Get that, get this. Oh my God, there's so much. Fuck this, you take one day off. Okay. All right. Gotta keep moving. No more days off? That is correct. This one's an incredible bit. Have you seen this one? Devastating expose on Tim Walz, proving once and for all that he's actually like the coolest guy in the world. Literally, it's Tim Walz allegedly told high school football players struggling with crime and alcohol to keep playing. And the body of the article is literally like, Tim Walz was there for me when no one else was. He really saved my life. It's on Fox News. I think people are like, they're hoping they only read the title or something. Literally a war crime. Look at the community note on the Fox News. It was right here. Why is Twitter so fucking broken? It was literally here when I first... Whatever. That's fine. Former Mankato West linebacker Dan Clement told The Ringer that he began to experiment with alcohol when he was in high school. Then, the summer between his junior and senior year, Clement said he was arrested multiple times for underage drinking. Clement had a suspension from football to begin his final high school season, and he decided, I'm just not going to play at all. But Clement said Walz repeatedly approached him in the hallways that year and told the teenager, we need you. He knew I was struggling, Clement told the outlet, adding that Walz told him, I don't care about that other stuff. Breaking, man you already liked found to be better man than you thought. Clement said after Walz's intervention that he eventually returned to the team for the second half of the season. However, Clement said he did not get sober until a full decade after Walz pushed him to return to the field for his final season, The Ringer reported. Still, Clement thanked Walz for his impact on his life. The caring attention he gave, that positive support can really pull you through dark times in your life, Clement said, adding that he told Walz, I'm leaning on you, I'm trusting you here, I think partying is a better idea, you don't think so, and I'm going to trust you on that. And he was right. I was wrong. And later in life, when I continued to do that, when I continued to trust other people who love me, then it led my life in this beautiful direction, just like it did back then. Fox News Digital has reached out to the Harris Walz campaign and Minnesota governor's office for comment. Is it true? Are you literally the supporting character in a heartfelt 1990s classic American movie about a troubled youth finding solace in the coaching of their teacher? Is it true that you're good? They're desperate. They're that this could get in good story. It's lit like every scandal with Walls. Did you know that he served in the military for 30 years, but afterwards a little bureaucratic nitpick made that like he didn't officially get the rank that he said that he had, even though he did in practice have it and he didn't file the paperwork? Did you know that he was in China 30 years ago, but he wasn't there the month that he said he was? Did you know that when he was 24 years old and unmarried, he had a girlfriend in China? Did you know that he was actually a really cool coach? That rules, man. Literally, look right here. Tim Walz says he's kept a shotgun in his car to hunt pheasants after football practice. 50-state sweep? I'm sorry, is this a problem to your median Fox News viewer? Is this like is this something that you all take issue with now? They're so desperately wish that he was like RFK. You mean like completely full of scandals? Is the headline even that bad? I mean, not really even. It's just incredibly funny that it would be framed this way. Like, we reached out to the Harris Walls campaign for comment. What are you talking about? Comment on what? Oh my God. Affection is an alien concept of the conservative environment. This is like, it's like when after the DNC, there was that shot of Tim Walz's son, like getting really emotionally supportive. And everyone on the right was like, that's fucking weird. Who supports their family like that, you know? They're just evil. They really are just evil. I didn't think that we would get this far this quickly, but like it genuinely feels like a huge part of the discourse comes down to they think goodness is bad and badness is good. It's like a joke. Like if you support rape, they think that's good. They'll defend you. They will defend pro-rape sentiment constantly. Not leaving aside like the whole Trump Epstein bit. I mean, even that specifically, but like in broadly, basically any time a person is accused of rape, they will instantly jump to defend that person. And if you have a person who's like, I think it's good to support children's well-being, then they get jumped on for being like pro-groomer. It literally just like they're anti-good and pro-bad. It's wild. This was on the docket. They jumped in to support Eric Adams as soon as the shit hit the fan for him too. They were only like they were anti Eric Adams until Eric Adams started complaining about migrants, and then it turned out he was incredibly corrupt, and then they're pro Eric Adams. They're just in favor of bad things. I was considering talking about Jake Paul putting out a 20-minute video saying why he supports Donald Trump, but then I, on reflection, would rather end my life than watch Jake Paul talk for 20 minutes. So there's no real point. I saw a tweet about this. Oh, look, here's the top response. Jake Paul, literally the last person I'd ever take political advice from or take seriously in any manner. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. Also, can somebody explain to me why Jake Paul now looks like he's a Chechen nationalist? Why does he look like Kadyrov? Why is he styling his facial hair like this? Nobody in the West styles their face. Like the Amish and Chechen nationalists. Steroids? I don't think steroids make your beard do that. I could be wrong. I've never taken steroids. To try to look tough, it really makes you look, and with all due respect to Chechen people, stupid to me. It's a stupid, whatever. He's got the Kadyrov cut. It's like a bundle package. Like you lose the muscle if you lose the... Yeah, I get that. I watched the video. He praises Putin. It is very possible that they've gotten to him in terms of like funding. You know, it's not as though Jake Paul had like a strong moral foundation. You know, like he was unshakable in his convictions. Now he's just retarded. They often overlap, man. They often overlap. I don't think that Jake Paul's endorsement is going to mean anything. Can you imagine a guy who was going to vote for like Kamala Harris, and then he watches Jake Paul and he's like, oh, never mind. He's already done multiple crypto rug pulls. They all are. It's just an easy way to make money off of rubes. Dude, there's so much to cover. What the fuck? Off topic, but do you have a specific beard care product you like to use? Nah, I just shampoo it every day. I probably shouldn't, but like it's beard hair, whatever. I don't really care. We got to worry about the 12-year-old fascist and his audience. I'm worried about like a last-second Mr. Beast endorsement. I know that Mr. Beast's audience is all like 10-year-olds, but it is crazy how so much has come out against him in such a short length of time. Did you see Jerry Rig Everything mog every YouTuber who's afraid of having a political stance? Wait, did Jerry Rig Everything endorse Kamala Harris? Holy shit, he did. Okay, I am fully going to, I'm going to admit to my bias here. I fully thought this guy was going to go MAGA. He has a bunch of like Cybertruck, this and that videos, tech fetishes. Like to me, it was he has like build a prepper basement. Like, can we for less than this amount of money build like a prepper basement in my backyard, in my like rural family farm home, you know? But that's great. I don't want to think in essentialist terms. I don't want to look at a guy and say, you know, shaved head man with no beard, MAGA, you know? I want life to be beautiful and rich and diverse. That's awesome. I'll watch the full thing, man. I've enjoyed a few Jerry Rig Everything videos. He's told it like it is. I just had that feeling in my gut a little bit, but I'm glad that I was wrong. I love being wrong when it comes to stuff like this.
So I've been making videos for about 14 years now. There have been about 9 million of you following our path through the electric Humvee, all through our deeper grooves, and more recently, building out my 26,000...
He runs a company that makes wheelchairs and gives loads of them away. Does he? Okay. I didn't know that. I'm not like an expert on the guy. I didn't know that. That's definitely like anti-MAGA coded.
1,000 square foot wheelchair manufacturing facility.
Okay.
Healthcare is a really big deal for me. And in my opinion, the most important thing a government can do. If not to protect and take care of its citizens, what is the point of government at all? Even freaking Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers, said an attention to health should take the place of every other object, while advocating for free distribution of the smallpox vaccine at the same time. The idea that healthcare should be very inexpensive has been around for a very long time. And this might come as a surprise, but right now in the United States, thanks to the Affordable Care Act...
Being considerate of disabled people is one of the biggest tells that you're not a fascist, because contempt of the disabled is like one of their top things. Remember Donald Trump, the expose that came out from one of his relatives where he was like talking to Donald Trump about disabled accessibility, and Donald Trump offhandedly said, why don't we just let those people die? He didn't even think about it. It was described as an offhand comment, you know? But one of the number one things the Nazis propagandized about was the like useless eaters bit, you know? The idea if you can't be like used by the state, then you are worthless. The crazy thing to me, it was his own nephew, yeah. The crazy thing to me, like the wild thing to me, is that if you were disabled back in the 1930s or 1940s, you were probably not as useful to society in a lot of ways, because the jobs back then were often limited to the kinds of things. Society didn't do much to accommodate you. You needed a lot of accommodations, and the work back then tended to demand ability from you. Nowadays, that's not even true. Like, to continue to do the useless eaters bit when like fucking half of Americans have an email job is crazy. You can be a live streamer. This is a job. Somehow. It's like cruelty for the sake of cruelty. That's the point that I'm making here, where it was never like a cold utilitarian analysis of society's need and ability to accommodate people with needs, and the Nazis were like cruelly deciding that they didn't want to bear the cost. The obsession with culling the weak is an irrational one. It's the cruelty is the point. It's not about like saving money. They don't care about saving money. It's about hurting people.
More Americans have health insurance than at any point in history. The problem is, and this is a huge problem, we have an election right now where one side wants to expand on the Affordable Health Care Act and one side wants to disband it entirely. I know this is about American issues, but the consequences of our elections have ways of trickling throughout the rest of the world. Which, you know me, I'm not opposed to hearing new ideas and new plans, and I agree that the U.S. healthcare system is far from perfect, but getting rid of the ACA entirely without a replacement plan in place is going to let Americans suffer, struggle, and even die in very undignified ways and places. The contrast between our two candidates for this election is night and day. One side, Vice President Harris wants to expand the Affordable Care Act to include home hospice. Dying of old age in your own home while not going bankrupt is probably the most dignified way you can go.
I really like that he's taking this from like a policy perspective as well. I have always thought that Democrats genuinely undersell how horrific the revocation of the ACA could be. Like, I think that, remember how effectively they capitalized on the revocation of Roe v. Wade? At the DNC, they had those horrific stories about women who suffered because of its revocation. Like the woman who was raped by her own father when she was a child, and, you know, so on and so forth. They really, I think they've needed to do that with the ACA. Like before Obamacare, you know, I couldn't get, you know, the life-saving medicine because I coughed once when I was 3 years old, that kind of thing.
On the other side, when 78-year-old Donald Trump was asked what his healthcare plan is, after 9 years of campaigning for president, his answer was, I have concepts of a plan. Take a listen.
I remember that.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
And I understand
he's been saying that for 9 years now. 9 years. 2016. So all he wanted to do in his first term was revoke the ACA, which he failed to do in its entirety because of John McCain. John McCain's like final gasp of air before he died was voting no on that. And then, but he never had a plan for following it up. He's been asked this question over and over. There is no plan. Absolutely none. The only healthcare plan they have is for you to die. That's it. Donald Trump has long been in communication with American insurance companies, and the insurance companies told him, we would like it if people gave us more money for less. And he said, okay. They probably played some golf at Mar-a-Lago, and that's it. That's it. That's the plan.
Not president right now, but he was president and he's applying for the job. He should have a plan. Back when Trump was president, he campaigned on the whole notion of getting rid of the Affordable Care Act and almost succeeded in 2017, but was thwarted by one vote. Republican John McCain.
This guy just watched my live stream and he's ripping my bit.
Voted to save health care for 50 million Americans. It was worse than you remember. During 4 years in office, Trump not only tried to eliminate the Health Care Act entirely, but also cut research spending for spinal cord injuries, disbanded the pandemic response team in 2018, and we all know how that turned out, and he says he'll do it again with the pandemic response team that just got reinstated. He didn't learn his lesson the first time. And even now in 2024,
I completely forgot about that. I read that snippet and I didn't even bring it to stream. I forgot about that. Well, my man's consistent, if nothing else.
Still wants to abolish the Affordable Care Act and take us back to 25 years ago when insurance companies could reject someone for pre-existing condition, which is absolutely bonkers because 1 in 4 Americans has a disability, which is the definition of a pre-existing condition. I have my own opinions on why Trump is actually running for president, but it is for sure not to help out people who need help the most. He's playing games.
Who's this guy again? This is Jerry Rigs Everything, a colossal tech-focused YouTube channel. Probably most famous for throwing phones on the ground over and over. Yeah, phone durability tests. I think this is quite based. Oh yeah, there's his wife right there. The Big Rig, world's lightest 4-wheel drive off-road wheelchair. Sick. We love a wife guy. Unironically, we love a wife guy. One of the most genuine, like, positive attributes that you can have is to be a pure wife guy. Not like, you know, an impure wife guy, but to be doing like a, you know, Gomez Adams bit. We love that. Anyway, my opinion is that a lot of tech YouTube is either politically neutral or Hitlerite, and there's a lot of like coded Elon support on that side of YouTube, and Elon is of course a Hitlerite. So I'm very much in favor of this. I'm delighted by this. I'll watch it through. I'm delighted.
games making fun of people's looks, weights, and abilities, and there's nothing manly about that. Getting rid of the Affordable Care Act without a replacement plan in place ready to go would be catastrophic on a level we've never seen for 50 million real Americans. And not so fun fact, the United States is the only high-income country that does not have some form of universal health care. And is the only country where one side is trying to get rid of what little health care we do have. And keep in mind, I'm no expert, and neither is Vice President Harris, but anytime she's asked a question where she doesn't have the answer, she surrounds herself with a team of people, both Democrat and Republican.
I don't endorse this messaging at all.
Who do have the answers. She surrounds herself with experts, which is exactly what I would want the leader of the free world to do, and most importantly, she has a plan. Tim Walz also has a son with a nonverbal learning disability and knows firsthand what living with a disability is like, and will be an excellent advocate. And I'm not just going off of what Kamala...
In his later Cybertruck video, he says he's probably going to sell them because he doesn't want his wheelchair company to be associated with Elon. That's so fucking based. That's so based.
Harris says she's going to do. The Biden and Harris administration has accomplished quite a lot, capping insulin payments at $35, signing the Parkinson's Act, and making healthcare part of regular healthcare plans. Not to mention launching the Cancer Moonshot, which is the most aggressive cancer research and elimination campaign that the United States has ever seen. And I'm a huge fan of her plan to include home care for the elderly in the Affordable Care Act, especially as all of our parents are getting older. Everyone gets old eventually. And you might be saying, well, the government spends too much money on other things already. And it turns out that the universal health care is actually $480 billion cheaper than health care for nobody because we eliminate the astronomical prices that the middlemen and insurance companies charge. Add to that, both Democrats and Republicans historically spend about the same amount of money anyway. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but if I had to pick, I would rather my tax dollars go towards people who actually need it then end up as a tax cut for some rich guy's third yacht. Life is extremely short, and there's no reason that someone should struggle through it for healthcare reasons, and there's no reason to make someone else struggle through it either.
This is
not the whole point of this community that we have here in the United States to help people who might not be able to help themselves. The point of this video is that I like a competent team that has a plan instead of a singular person that has concepts of a plan, which is why for the 2024 election, I am voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for President of the United States. On a more serious note, Donald Trump is a very different person now than he was 10 years ago. A lot has changed, and I would invite you to sit through one of his 2-hour rallies or watch his podcast with Joe Rogan that's about 3 hours long, or even watch the debate between Kamala and Trump and see if he's still your guy. Lately, he wants to abolish the Department of Education, restructure the military, and bring in Elon and RFK Jr. to slash government agencies, which is new. And another not-so-fun fact, Argentina did the exact same government-slashing agency thing, and their inflation is up 200%. This is recently, not 2% like the United States right now, 200%. Apparently, slicing and dicing your...
Argentina's inflation actually has gone way down now. That's like the yearly aggregate, or like the yearly total. But if like at the current rate, month by month, it's gone down quite a bit. However, their economy is still in tatters. Inflation isn't the only like measure of an economy's performance.
Own government doesn't spark a lot of confidence in the economy. And on an even more serious note, just last week Donald Trump said he was going to imprison anyone who helped out with the Harris campaign. Political operatives and donors are going to get long prison sentences based on whatever his definition of skullduggery is. And I guess that now includes me, with this video and my maxed out personal contribution to the Harris campaign, and my vote for Harris-Walz 2024,
this is so
I am
based,
probably now on Trump's list for jail time, which is an extremely un-American thing of him to suggest in the first place. But when he says something, believe him. That's not the USA I know, though, and I don't think that we will give him that second chance. As an ordinary citizen, right now Trump does not have any governmental power, and I think we should keep it that way. So get out and vote, and if this video helps even one more person make up their mind and get to the polls, then I would consider this video a success. The election ends on November 5th, and I highly recommend to go out and vote early. And as
Oh, he's liking all the damn comments. All right, well, people seem positive enough, but also he was liking all the damn comments. Yeah, no, it's just nice. Yeah, for the most part, like looking at content creators online, it's basically just a non-stop like onslaught of grifters and narcissists saying that they're voting for Donald Trump because it's based or something. So it is nice to have like a reason, you know, it is nice to hear that and be reminded that stuff like that can still happen. It's fuel to resist the getting jaded. You don't want to get jaded, folks. You don't want that. Kamala got another W in the bag. What is this? Ludwig has endorsed Kamala Harris. Not too surprising, but, you know, we'll pretend that's what made the difference if she wins. Who's Ludwig? Don't worry about it. You guys see this bit?
Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
The Donald Trump advocates for death squads for Liz Cheney. Donald J. Trump retruthed. Elizabeth Lynn Cheney is guilty of treason. Retruth if you want televised military tribunals. Retruthed, yeah. They, he keeps doing this with Liz Cheney specifically, with the military tribunals. This article is from July 2nd. Can somebody explain to me why specifically Liz Cheney gets the military tribunals and not, like, anyone else specifically? Woman who didn't endorse him. I'm sure there's a more sophisticated reason they see her as a traitor. They see a lot of people as a traitor. Is there not, like, a specific reason? It's just that. Okay, that's great. Really, though?
Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
Can I get the longer clip of this? I've only seen this little short clip. It's kind of fucking wild. Like, is there any more context? Because it sounds like it just...
2016, the leaders and heroes of the Republican Party were the Bush and Cheney families. And is it weird for you to see Liz Cheney, that'd be Dick Cheney's repulsive little daughter, running against you with Kamala Harris?
Well, I think it hurts Kamala a lot, actually.
I agree.
Look, she's a deranged person. The reason she doesn't like me is that she wanted to stay in Iraq. She wants to, you know, tough person. You know, people get killed all over. She's real tough, right? They're not the tough people. Don't forget, I went against her, and in her state, which is a great, beautiful state, she lost for Congress with the highest number in history. There has never been a congressperson that lost by almost 40 points. And the reason is because if they were ever in that situation, they'd quit. And she lost. She was beaten by a tremendous person, actually, tremendous, that I backed fully. But the reason she couldn't stand me is that she always wanted to go to war with people. I don't want to go to war. She wanted to stay in Syria. I took them out. She wanted to stay in Iraq. I took them out. I mean, if it were up to her, we'd be in 50 different countries. And, you know, number one, it's very dangerous. Number two, a lot of people get killed. And number three, I mean, it's very, very expensive. That's why we owe $36 trillion. We go, you know, it used to be you go to war to the victor belong the spoils, right? In other words, if you beat a country, you own that country, you take the oil. We go to war, we bomb the crap out of it, and then we leave. You know, it's almost like, what are we doing? What's going on? We bombed the whole Middle East. and then we left. What did we get? We got nothing. We destroyed. I mean, we bombed the hell out of everything. You know, when they went into, when they
like his like moral opposition to imperialism is the idea that we didn't benefit enough from the invasion of Iraq, which is, if like in a cold hard nationalist utilitarian sense, this is certainly true. We're not in the olden days where it was like, oh, we've taken the enemy's keep and now we have a bunch of gold. You know, war spoils aren't really as much of a thing anymore because modern wealth is built on really sophisticated lines of production, not like just having a big factory or something.
They took out Iraq for 1,000 years with different names. You had Iran and Iraq, similar powers. They were the two big ones. And for 1,000 years, they would fight each other this way, this way, this way, then they'd rest. This way, then they'd rest. They were a self-check. Then one day we go in and bomb the hell out of one, we destroy one, and then all of a sudden Iran has the whole Middle East to itself. And by the way, right now Iran has Iraq. Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran, all right? We did so many bad moves, and her father was it. You know, her father was, I was very critical.
We disrupted the ancient balance. I mean, we kind of did in the Iran-Iraq war. You know, we backed Iraq and gave them a fuck ton. But like, I mean, it's complicated. We went over this. We did a lot of really bad stuff, obviously. We kind of did disrupt the dynamic.
Of her father for years. I'd never met him, but I'd say anybody that went into the Middle East I thought was stupid. And they say, convinced Bush.
Read, Donald Trump supported the Iraq war and then pretended that he didn't.
Bush, oh, he was another beauty. But he supposedly convinced Bush to go in, him, Bolton, and some other lightweights, convinced them to go in. Let's go into the Middle East and destroy the whole place and kill millions of people. So they went in. But I was never a fan of Cheney. I was always very critical. And when I announced that, I was very critical, actually, not personally, but I said, he made a horrible mistake. What are these people doing? They're spending, we spent 9 trillion with a T, not even with a B. Normally I say not million, billion, but now I say not billion, trillion. We spent $9 trillion bombing the hell out of the Middle East. And what the hell did we get other than lots of dead people, including our people? We got nothing.
Is this the greatest and most anti-imperialist speech ever provided by? I will say though, and I will be clear, it is genuinely fucked up that the Democrats have ceded this ground. Like, Biden and Kamala Harris are objectively less pro-war than Donald Trump is, but because Biden and Kamala can't criticize any of their forebears at all, they never criticize Bush or Obama or anyone. They never talk about it. They can't even brag about ending the drone war that much because that would have to mean implicating Obama for like ramping it up, you know? They never ever push back against any, like it's always they can't do it. Can you imagine how much better it would be if they could run on populist messaging like this? Like Biden will brag about ending the pulling out of Afghanistan, which he did, but he never puts it in its full historical context. He never says, you know, Bush, that idiot, invaded Afghanistan for nothing, cost us trillions. Then Obama continued the war, refused to get us out. Then Trump continued the war, refused to get us out, delayed in the withdrawal date. I was the only one. Ooh, that was very HASAN for you, taking a dump on Democrats for shit Trump pulls out of his ass and has zero belief in it. This ain't a liberal stream, motherfucker. This is v.gg. You're gonna die. Take your sensitive liberal ass back to the David Pakman show. What are you talking about? I don't even know how to respond to that.
nothing. So I was very critical of him. And then I announced I was running, and I was shocked that he was one of the first people. He endorsed me immediately. I said, that's amazing. But he had something that was very interesting. He had Scooter Libby. I mean, these are little stories that are interesting. Scooter Libby was a man that could have done great destruction to Bush, and they left him behind. He was given to the prosecutors. They prosecuted him rather violently, and he was almost like a sacrificial lamb. And as somebody that knows a lot about
ancient
what's
history,
happening,
guys,
I said,
ancient history.
If I were ever president, I'd do something with that guy. That guy got treated very badly, Scooter Libby. And when I became president, I actually called Dick Cheney. I said, let me ask you about Scooter Libby. He was best friends. He was begging Bush to give Scooter Libby a pardon, but Bush didn't have the courage to do it. You know, it takes courage to give a pardon. It does take a certain courage because the press comes after, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And he didn't have the courage to give him. He should have given him a pardon, but he didn't have the guts to do it. But Scooter, and what happened is Dick Cheney, for years, for a long time, hated Bush. And don't let anyone tell you, he hated. He said, you don't leave your wounded behind. And I understand that. And Scooter Libby...
It is genuinely so difficult to follow what he's talking about unless I'm paying active attention. I was just reading the Wikipedia article on Scooter Libby because I haven't had to think about this in ages. It's really, really difficult to passively follow what he's saying. It's the fucking mental decay. The weave. It's called the weave.
He really saved Bush because he could have said things that would have been very dangerous for Bush in terms of getting impeached, in terms of going to jail, in terms of bad things happening. But Scooter Libby didn't do that. And in all fairness to Cheney, I give him credit for this. He was very loyal to him, but he couldn't get Bush to do what he should have done. I came into government, and I did what they should have done. They didn't have the guts to do it. I did it. And Scooter...
What are we seeking context for again? I think Liz Cheney being threatened with death.
Libby was pardoned. I gave him a pardon. And I never met Scooter Libby, by the way. Never talked to him before that. And I got a call from Scooter Libby after I did that. And he broke down in tears, thanking me so much. And then Cheney called me, and he said, that was so incredible what you did for Scooter Libby, because he was really on Scooter Libby's. Scooter Libby took a lot of heat and took all of it and didn't say anything bad about Bush or Cheney or anything else. Could have done it, I know, because you have guys that do that, and you have guys that lie, which is worse, right? But you have guys that do that. But he was very loyal to them, and he suffered greatly. I released him. Cheney...
It's pretty impressive to me that Tucker Carlson hasn't interrupted him at any point. Maybe because literally no one cares about this or knows what he's talking about. Literally 20-year-old information on this, like 20.
He called me, he said, it's one of the nicest things I've ever seen done in politics.
The full sentence.
I've heard for years he was treated unfairly. I've heard for years that Bush should have given him a pardon. All I did is do something that somebody else should have done. And Cheney was so, he said, I really want to thank you. He said, now I'm so glad that I actually endorsed you. It's amazing, but that you would do this. And I didn't speak to him about it. But then, go a couple of years forward or go now. And I don't blame him for sticking with his daughter. But his daughter is a very dumb individual, very dumb. She's a radical war hawk.
Back with the audience.
Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her face. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
Okay, so he's very clearly not talking about her being executed. He's talking about the hypocrisy of war hawks, who are all pro-war unless they're being shot at. Okay, that's fine. The context actually exonerated it. It's not as bad as it sounded initially. That was the point. We sat through all of that. It wasn't a threat. It was being reported on as a threat. Clearly not a threat, though. Kind of woke, if anything. They're calling it the most anti-imperialist speech in history? Literally the song Fortunate Son. Yeah, it's a shame Democrats never adopt any of this messaging. Speaking of, is this the most such and such and such and such? Yeah, Sam Cedar went on Tim Pool.
Wing pundit who joined a liberal network, like Anna Kasparian announcing she's leaving the left. You know what I mean? Or Dave Rubin.
I mean, listen, if you want to say that these are like the intellectual pillars of...
No, certainly not. I'm saying something's causing an emotional rift that makes people not want to be on the left anymore.
Well, I would suggest it's probably cash. I mean,
like Anna Kasparian wanted money?
She said as much, as far as I know, in the past on TYT.
She's
the Vosh Sam Cedar thought union present as always.
Said she would make more money by being not leftist.
I don't know if she said that. But I know that on her show on TYT they have she's complained about not making money. I don't know why she's
still on TYT. Like, aren't they going to lose members who are progressives?
I got to be honest with you. I don't really pay that much attention to like showbiz.
This seems like a fair set of statements from Sam Cedar. He had heard that Anna Kasparian was having a meltdown and complaining about the amount of money she made relative to Hasan Piker, but he doesn't follow every minute detail of the TYT's, analytics. Seems reasonable. At this point, Sam Cedar is just a gross liar. Anna never said she wants to leave the left for money. When he's pressed on it, he claims ignorance. Then why'd you lie about it? It's pretty unhinged behavior from Cenk here, but that's not really surprising, right? I don't know. She never explicitly said, I'm selling out for money. She never admitted it openly. Was that the Iron Cross on Tim's skateboard? We'll just say sure. Tim's fans are not happy with him after this debate. We might go over it in its entirety some point in the future, but we don't have time for it today. Maybe tomorrow? We'll see. No promises. This is known.
The former president has said that he doesn't support the CHIPS and Science Act. You voted against it. If you have a Republican majority in Congress and Trump in the White House, will you guys try to repeal that law?
I expect that we probably will, but we haven't developed that part of the agenda yet. We got to get over the election first, and that's why.
The former president has said that he...
There's genuinely like no reason to get rid of the CHIPS Act unless you're a demon deliberately trying to destroy the country. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, fuck American jobs, fuck domestic manufacturing. We like bad things, We are a death cult. We are in favor of bad things. Oh yeah, the Joe Rogan bits.
I took the vax, and I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was
red pilled on the whole vax thing. Are you guys ready for like a new wave of conservative intelligentsia where every single one of them got their rhetoric from like Twitter and 4chan and stuff? Are you ready for that?
The sickest that I've been in the last 15 years, by far, was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, I know.
It sounds like he's kind of a pussy. I don't know. Yeah, I for sure definitely believe that's real. Oh, well, there's no reason to ever believe anything he says. He lies as easily as he breathes. He went on Joe Rogan, and obviously, like, even though JD Vance is a habitual liar and comes across as extremely inauthentic, Joe Rogan has his biases. He has his audience biases. So they just, sort of yammer. This was the bit that was the most here.
like the concept in the zeitgeist is that abortion had always been, Roe v. Wade had always been the law of the land, and then all of a sudden that was taken away, and you have these religious men who are trying to dictate what women can and can't do with their bodies.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, I mean, again, I understand that. I understand the pushback against that, but I think you can go, like with so many other issues, you can go way too far about it, and it becomes trying to celebrate something that at the very best.
How fucking psychotic do you have to be from like a like the space of a politician to be like, this is a real problem, women celebrating their abortions? I do think, by the way, like, it is a reminder that this is ultimately about punishing women, because if your abortion advocacy had anything, or anti-abortion advocacy had anything to do with protecting the life of children, whether or not the mother celebrates having an abortion is immaterial. It might be distasteful to you, but in terms of like the well-being of the fetus or whatever, it's completely irrelevant. It has no connection. But they see that the idea of women celebrating having an abortion in the fucking cartoon world they live in, where this is a real thing, because they see people on social media make posts like, yeah, I get an abortion every other day because it's fun. And they're like, this is real, It really is about punishing women, because otherwise they wouldn't give a fuck about any of that.
If you grant, I think, every argument of the pro-choice side, it is a neutral thing, not something to be celebrated.
I think there's very few people that are celebrating, though. Like the concept in the zeitgeist is that
I think I'm trying to find the clip. I think at one point, J.D. Vance literally talked about autogynephilia. Is that in this clip? This is like 2 minutes long.
you can call it a mind virus or whatever it is, it does make people behave religiously.
Yes.
So it's like they're ignoring all of these signs because it doesn't line up with this ideology that they subscribe to.
That's right.
Like you have to support trans kids. Like, okay, what are you even saying? How is this a new thing so pervasive? How is it everywhere? And how are you letting them compete with girls in school?
He really is, like, genuinely really fucking dumb, huh? His brain is so cooked. It's the exact same shit people said with gay kids. Literally, like, point for point, the exact same thing. When I grew up, everything was normal and people were normal in school. And now you have, like, people saying you should respect your kid's sexuality. I mean, these are kids. Never mind the fact that I'm telling my 2-year-old son stuff like he's going to be a lady killer and having him wear shirts that say God's gift to women on it when we go to the family cookout, you know?
That one drives me bananas. When you have biological males, all they have to do is, they don't even have requirements in some schools. You don't have to be taking hormones. You could just identify and you can compete as a girl.
And it's true, man. Lots of young cisgender men love to do this. They love to completely uproot their lives and isolate themselves from all their social circles and friend groups by being like a grotesque caricature of what right-wingers say trans women are. I'm telling you, every 16-year-old male athlete in high school, I can tell you because I was doing wrestling at the time, there's nothing they love more than the idea of completely uprooting their entire life just so that they can beat the girls in their like women's equivalent sports competitions very easily in a fashion that no one will respect or take seriously and will get you demonized and probably called out by name by your governor. Like every young boy loves to fantasize about a photo of them at an athletic meet, making it to the front page of the New York Post, where included with comments from a Republican governor saying that it's disgusting and immoral that a biological male like them would be beating women, you know, and no one ever takes their accomplishments seriously, and they're discriminated against, they lose all their friends and so on. It's a very real thing that keeps happening, you know.
And of course, that causes injury to the young girls.
Of course.
And
of course, I say, not having any like sources to back this up, sports cause injury to people in general. So, I mean, you'd have to find like a disproportionate rate.
Again, this gives me faith in the wisdom of the American people, because if you see how radically the Democrats leaned into this stuff 4 years ago, and how much, you know, Kamala Harris is running away from it today, most Americans...
He's not wrong. Democrats have abandoned a lot of these points. They were louder about it when Trump was president and during the beginning of the Biden administration, but they didn't substantially defend it, which is why people have kind of turned back on it a little bit.
They don't really care who you sleep with. They're pretty open-minded about most lifestyle choices. But when you talk about...
Excuse me?
...away from it today, most Americans, they don't really care who you sleep with.
Unless they're a Republican, in which case they do. Like, very much so. Like, very much so they care. They care a lot about that.
They're pretty open-minded about most lifestyle choices.
Unless they're Republican. You're really like, by folding all Americans in together, I mean, you're really kind of counting on the progressivism of the Democrats to carry you here.
But when you talk about having a biological male compete with their teenage girl in competitive sports...
I also like how it's biological male and teenage girl rather than biological male and biological female. I mean, they'd be in the same age, right? So you're more like biological teenage boy. Like, because the impression they want to cultivate in the mind of, like, the retards who watch Joe Rogan is that it's this hulking muscle man adult, like a fucking, you know, Superman coming in. You know, oh, they're trans age as well, so they're actually 28, but they're here in junior year, and they're a woman, even though they have a giant hulking cock and balls that show through the indent on their, you know, wrestling spandex, and then they like they drop the people's elbow on like a waifish 15-year-old girl that sends her internal organs 3 feet deep into the cement, you know? You mean singlet? Yeah, like a singlet.
Americans are saying, no. This is crazy. You're causing injury to my kids. We have to stop this.
It not only that, it like ruins chances of getting scholarships. If you were the #1 player.
If only this was like a real problem that was really happening, you know, and not like an imaginary fantasy problem that wasn't happening. All you would need is somebody being in here saying, like, could you provide one example of this happening? Oh, Riley Gaines? You mean the girl who lost to like 6 other cis women in addition to the one trans woman?
And then all of a sudden some guy comes along who wears lipstick. Now
this is a real thing. This is a real thing that's really happening, by the way. I have many examples of this in real life. It's just the inconsistency of the Joe Rogan experience. Remember when Matt Walsh came on here and Matt Walsh was like, they're transing our kids, and Joe Rogan was like, how many kids are they transing? And Matt Walsh was like, I don't know, 1 million. And Joe Rogan was like, well, actually, we just pulled up the numbers and it turns out 5 kids have been transed. Shouldn't you know that? And Matt Walsh was like, I mean, like, I don't know. What happened to that?
He's the #1 girl on the team. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There was a recent pool tournament in England. It's a women's pool tournament, and in
a pool tournament. A pool tournament in England. That's how like desperate we are. For an example, I don't even know what he's citing. I don't even know what this example is. We have to go to a different country and it's pool. Or sorry, snooker. That's right. Or billiards, perhaps. A bit of the king's wibbly wobbly ball knocky knock. Ah, my favorite bar pastime. Sorry, pub, not bar.
In the semifinals, 2 guys are playing each other.
Yeah. Well, and it looks, when you see them in the actual, you know, swim.
So 2 trans women. Okay. So it's, I'll Google it, sure. England, pool, competition, trans women. The transgender woman lost. The cis woman beat the trans woman. It was 1 trans woman and 1 cis woman, and the trans woman lost. This is your example of the unparalleled domination of... I'm glad I Googled this. Clearly her biological male advantage didn't kick in very much in the final hurdle here. Literally, this article is like, well, it's fucked up that a trans woman beat a bunch of cis women to get this far. Bro, it's fucking pool. It's pool. Think of all the cisgender women who were mutilated and injured for life in the savage pool competition. What are you talking about? The penis helps your balance. The trans woman's doing like tricks on it. She's like spinning. It's like, fuck, we can't, we're not biologically prepared to deal with these techniques. Yeah, it's like a cattail. It gives you extra balance. A trans woman could win the lottery and they'd bitch she took the W away from a cis woman who would have bought that ticket. Literally, no, literally, yeah. It's genuinely, it's psychotic.
Swimming pool competing, it looks like the biological males are running at 1.5x speed and everybody else is running. When you see them in the actual, swimming pool competing, it looks like the biological males are running at one.
Okay, I thought he was legitimately going to be like, yeah, in this pool, in the pool tournament, they were like moving at double speed. It was insane. All the cis female competitors were like moving in molasses, and the one trans woman was like backflipping between every strike. Okay.
0.5x speed and everybody else is running at normal speed, right? This is just clearly
Can I get an example of this apart from the literal one single time that every Republican cites of a trans woman doing well in a swimming tournament? Like, any examples of this happening? More people die to shark attacks than lose to trans women in major athletic competitions. We might as well fearmonger about lightning strikes. Like, like, even if you fucking hated trans people but weren't, like, an irrational fascist about it, let's say you were irrational only in the context of hating trans people, but not in, like, a broader political project kind of way. Like, it's just a disconnected political bias. Don't you also hate, like, I don't know, cholera? Or lightning strikes killing people? Or, like, anything, like, literally anything in the world, in the real world that happens to people that is negative more often than what you perceive to be an injustice of trans women winning over cis women, which didn't even happen in the case that they cited here. As a straight cis guy, I went to a small middle school and they didn't have enough boys for a boys volleyball team, so I and a few other guys played a few years in the girls team because that was the only way we could play. Yeah, that's actually pretty common. In rural areas, in places where the schools have low attendance, sometimes it's like, if you want a full team for men and women, you need to have some people, like, you need to, sometimes you have more women than men's, or sometimes you have more men's than women, but, like, either way, it's like, oh, well, you want to let the kids play, right? That would be called grooming now. Unironically, that would now, like, that's a normal thing that has been going on for decades with no issues. And, like, sometimes people get hurt, but so they do anyway in sports. Like men aren't getting hurt in sports with other men? What are you talking about? All those girls are dead now. That's true.
Different. Yeah. And to your point about...
Is this not the autogonophile clip? Can somebody find that for me?
It destroys opportunities for scholarships. I mean, go back to the original reason why we wanted girls' sports, why we have Title IX in the United States of America to begin with. Like, we recognized that competitive sports, like, what does it teach, right? It teaches you how to participate on a team. It teaches you to recognize your own weaknesses and the strengths of your teammates. And
no. Title IX was put into place to help you recognize your weaknesses as a Title IX was put into place to remind women that they're physically inferior. Thank you. That's so true.
Vice versa, right? Like, I'm the father of a 2-year-old daughter. I want my daughter to learn these important life skills.
That she's worse in every way to all men, and she can never ever compete against them because she's worse than them, even in sports like pool.
Don't want her going into athletic competitions where I'm terrified she's going to get bludgeoned to death because
with the pool cue. Bludgeoned? What sports are you watching? Fucking, what's the Star Trek sport with the paddles? What, you bludgeoned to death? What is she, what gladiatorial arena are you throwing your kids into? You jousting? It's psychopathic. It's insane. The way these people think about trans women is fucking insane. Yeah, here we go. Thank you.
The problem with that is people, there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia, and autogynephilia.
This is literally I can't believe we're doing Blanchardism. Every brain rotted TTTT poster is getting like a bolt of euphoria through them as they finally get validation from an authority figure that they're mentally ill for thinking it's cute that they look like a girl now because they took the pill that makes them look like a girl. Autogynephilia is a completely debunked and pseudoscientific belief that trans women are only interested in being trans women, or many of them are at least, because they're sexually aroused by the idea of seeing and imagining themselves as a woman. The problem with this theory, like it's saying like it's just a fetish. The problem with this theory is that they didn't apply those same standards to cisgender women, and when they did, it turns out basically all cisgender women are also autogynephilic. Sucks to suck. That's it. That's literally it. They were like, we think that the vast majority of trans women only want to become a woman for a fetish, which, by the way, I'll just be clear, even if trans women wanting to transition was a fetish thing, they should still be allowed to do it. What do you mean? Well, like, that's not like, who cares? Why the fuck should I care? It's not true, but even if it was, why the fuck do I care? Like, guys do shit, like getting your jaw, are you getting liposuction for a real reason, or are you getting liposuction because you're more attracted to the idea of you having sex with other people while you're skinnier? Or do you find the idea of you having sex while more skinny and ripped attractive? If so, this is just a fetish. Okay. But then if you apply that same test to cis women are like, yeah, I do like thinking of myself as a woman while having sex because it's hot. Obviously, you fucking retards. No shit. But that everyone does, like, literally, depending on where you draw that line, or like asking the average guy, do you like the concept of you being like you ask an average cisgender straight guy, do you like the idea, the context of being like a big strong guy, and when you have sex with a woman, you're like really strong and like grabbing her by the hips and like fucking her and you're like strong. Is it like arousing to you to imagine yourself in that position, in that context as a guy? Yeah. That's a really, it's literally just the projection of your identity into it's not a form of narcissism. It's just you're now understanding yourself in the relationship of, it's self-image. Of course you have self-image, dumbass. It came free with your fucking higher cognition. You're telling me that your enjoyment of sex is influenced by your self-perception? That's a fetish, I guess. You're telling me that you think? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Is where men are sexually aroused by the idea of dressing and behaving like a woman, but they're
So this is cross-dressing. That's a different thing. You will be, if anyone is curious about the difference between a cross-dresser and a trans woman, go on Grindr for 8 seconds. You'll notice these are distinct categories.
Heterosexual. Now all of a sudden, these people with this known psychiatric disorder are
not a disorder at all. None of this is respected in the medical. None of this is actual medical science. Like, this is the trans equivalent of citing 19th century racial scientists or phrenology to make your point. Like, he literally could be saying, the condition of the, you know, the dent on the brow or something. Like, this is not real at all. Source, 4chan.
Are allowed to just identify as a woman, and you're a bigot if you don't let them change in the women's room.
And you're expected to empower them at the expense of young women who are very often
a totally real thing that's really happening, et cetera, et cetera. It's boring.
Often much more vulnerable for obvious reasons than young men.
Yeah, but trans women aren't men, are they? Because if that was the case, then they would be less vulnerable. In reality, being a young trans woman is probably fucking terrifying. Yeah, man, that's totally true. The least socially vulnerable group in the world, young trans women, like in high school. That's a very real. Yeah, they strut and they stuff. Blanchard actually responded to this. What? My early writing. This is Ray Blanchard. This is the man himself. My early writings on autogynephilia were published in specialty journals with limited circulations. They were intended for a small readership of clinicians who specialized in the assessment and management of gender dysphoria patients. The general availability of the internet in the home and workplace was still several years away, and access to print journals for people unconnected to major universities was difficult. I therefore had no expectation the readership of my autogynephilia papers would ever extend beyond the small group I had originally invited. That's all he has to say? Had to grind for this view? That's all he has to say? Can't tell if you're upset or pleased. Pleased and surprised, because prominent and powerful trans influencers and their allies have done everything they could to prevent the concept of autogynephilia from entering public awareness. Me, when I'm a real researcher, when I'm delighted that my research, quote unquote, like unaccepted by any medical community, is being accepted by the likes of JD Vance and Joe Rogan. That's definitely something that a real researcher would be happy about. You know? He should, yeah, he's literally just like excited by the clout. Sorry, had to catch up with the link. He's getting off to the idea of fame. Is he mentally ill? Ray Blanchard, you stand accused of enjoying imagining yourself as a successful and respected researcher. Auto-researchophilia. That's not a real thing. Blanchard is mentally ill. I mean, that's probably true, yeah. I would say you have to probably be pretty mentally ill to like obsessively peddle hate against a group in a like academic context. He was doing this before it was even a grift, man. Like, he wasn't doing this back when all you had to do was be transphobic for 5 minutes on national TV to get a spot on Fox News. He was doing this like, he was like a diehard transphobe from the get-go. And the way he's talked about trans people really does remind me of the way that, like, you know how every once in a while a trans oomph on Twitter will post logs of like a chaser DMing them, and you have this really weird mix of like fetishistic obsession with denial of identity, with like, you're the fetishist even though I'm literally the one like following the OnlyFans account or whatever. Like, the Blanchard has always given me that vibe. I'm not saying he's trans or whatever. I'm just saying that like, I think that he's a fucking freak. And he will go to hell. It's true. Oh, shit. It's been nearly 4 hours. Well, there are a few more things that I have to talk about. Oh, God, I didn't even talk about the Epstein thing. Motherfuck. Okay, fine. We'll do that tomorrow, because I'm not going to do that for like 5 minutes. Epstein drop time? That would have been smart of me, wouldn't it? That would have been wise of me. Clickbait? Ooh, got clickbaited. Ooh. It's just good business. Get fucked. If you like getting wait, I'm looking at YouTube chat. He's never smart about this. Are you kidding me? Kept me here for no reason. Damn, man. I mean, you know, if you were interested exclusively in the story and not like in my coverage of it, you could Google the story and read it off of like a Daily Beast article, you know? Man, come on, I was here for that drop. Nah, fuck y'all. Nope, I'm holding to it. This ain't a damn news show. This is a live streamer. Take your sensitive asses back to the Majority Report. How dare you give me 4 hours of high quality, entertaining, off the cuff comedy / political commentary. Fuck you. Yeah, careful or I won't cover it at all. I know, Dave Rubin. You've been posting. People been posting. It's been posted. I'm not going to nationalize the Vosh. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that, you piece of shit. Vosh lied, people died. Oh my God. Vote for Trump. And we'll get to the rest of these later. Let me read these donos. Okay. I got some big donos at the end of last stream that I didn't read, I guess. I guess I had to leave pretty quickly. Bull Cypher, thank you so much for the 20 tier 1 subs. Your mom is a nice lady, I'm sure. That's true. She's very nice. Goodness, thank you very, very much. My God. And Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. The only proper streaming advice Vosh can give is claim you need to go early, spend 2 hours on a fashion segment, then claim you'll read donos later and host. I'm reading donos now, and we didn't even talk about fashion today. We didn't even talk about fashion today. Thank you. El Bieber, Masagui, Lily Krem, and Enzo Chocobo. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Really appreciate that. Picture of my cat to pay for my incessant questions. Thank you, Lily Krem. Well overdue. Ooh. Fat face syndrome, because all the fluff makes it look like you've got a fat face. Wah. What a good baby. What an excellent, foolish baby. Spaced with a very kind 20 bucks. I'm donating this because Benjamin's video was amazing. Yes! How's the PV thing going, by the way? The Battle for Supremacy. Where's the link for that? I don't even think I'm signed up for that. I had to leave, like, immediately after stream yesterday because of the aforementioned emergency. You're winning hard? Well, that's nice. I need to sign in. Exclamation point hub. Progressvictory.win/hub. Battle for what? For the future of America. It's actually so cute. It's QSD now? Yeah, gotcha. Can Europeans sign in as well? I'm not. Don't bring your tech support questions to me. If you want to make an account there, log in and enter the hub for exclusive rewards. I gotta move quickly. Grunkle Chubbs, thanks the 5. I might in the future. Kane 111th, the $5. This is just Elon lying about New Jersey, right? Probably. Republican early votes now exceed Democrat early votes in New Jersey, normally a Democrat leading state. No, I don't think that's him lying about that. It's just that New Jersey is absolutely not in play. It's just a Joyzy thing. I don't know what exactly it is, but like he's reporting on the statistics correctly. But New Jersey is not in play. New Jersey is not in play. Emily Caldwin, thank you so much for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. That America Pac's been showing up on my Twitter feed 400 times a day. It's so obvious. It's like forced onto me. Also, at America is crazy. Yeah, having a gold check mark for at America on Twitter and having it push nonstop because it's literally run by the guy who owns the website. Love late stage capitalism. It's great. Crabbo Crab with the 10 bucks. Hey, I wanted to ask, what's your take on surrogacy? Recently, it's been banned in Italy, and I've had a lot of discussion about it. Honestly, I kind of have mixed opinions on surrogacy because I really feel like you should be adopting if you need a kid, if you want a kid, but you can't have a kid. I understand the bias towards knocking yourself up. Like, I totally get that. But, like, I've heard weird stuff about the surrogacy industry. Now, keep in mind, Italy is banning surrogacy because they're homophobic. Meloni's government is homophobic. They're doing it because they don't want gay people to have children, which is why they've also banned gay couples adopting. That's not what I'm defending. I'm just saying, like, I think adopting is based in red-pilled. What about people who can't have kids? Adopting. Like, I don't think surrogacy should be illegal. I don't support that. I just think that, you know, yeah, we should incentivize adoption. Meowpeel with the $5 completely agree. In a world where we could never ethically have coffee would not be a world worth living in anyway. The Rat with the tier 1 sub. Do you like pet rats? Yes. TV Fathers and Nerodia, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Jakey Fakey, thank you for the $5. Congratulations on beating Disco Elysium. It is so fucking peak. That's very true. Kane111, thank you for the $5. I plan on covering this next stream. Lots of stuff to cover, lots of stuff to do. Sanguine Sasha, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Was it PV in Milwaukee? Here's hoping Harris Walls wins so I can finish college at home. Absolutely, and thank you so much for going on out there. Hell yes. Info Dump Truck, thank you for the $10. Can we talk about the fact that Trump's first wife and former doctor both died in a sus fashion after snitching on publicly? Not without, conspiratorial insinuation, because I don't know enough about it to really talk about it outside that context. Soy Milk Tea, thanks the $5. Here's a pic of a real lizard. It's a real lizard. Beep. Yeah, I like these quite a bit. The little snakes that still have the little arms. What are you doing, little man? How are you a snake but still have little arms? What are you doing? Not a snake, a legless lizard? They're a legless lizard? Okay, I guess, okay, yeah. I guess the internals of a snake and a lizard are probably very, very different, so there's probably a pretty huge distinction between them. That's cool. Little duder. Little evolutionary mistake. Infinite Curly Q Fries, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $50 dono. Vosh, because of your content, my husband and I voted for the first time ever. Let's hopefully win this thing. Nice! That's fantastic. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you so much for crediting me in any way. I really appreciate that. I hope we win this as well. Appalachian Atticus, thank you for the $10. I live at about 2,000 feet elevation, but a spring flood of snowmelt last year brought the creek at least 6 feet up and took away a planter box. Ooh. Water always wins. Yeah. Man, being concerned about creek, like, overflooding at 2,000 feet, you know? Like, geez. I mean, it can happen, but it's just like, water always wins, you know? Juzor and Thane Robbo, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I will take your sub and like it. Thank you. Titan Bait, thanks the $5. I'm not fully caught up in One Piece. No, I'm a few chapters behind. Corsnor, thank you for the $5. And Not on Fire Yet, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Bull Cipher, thank you so much for the insanely kind 40 gifted tier 1 subs. You did that at the end of last stream and I didn't get to respond to it because I had to run really quick because I had a friend who had an emergency. Thank you so much, Bull Cipher. Truly purging the white name menace, keeping our streets clean of them. I really, really appreciate that. I'm tired of seeing those dirty whites in chat be gone. Don't you get me in trouble. Don't you get me in trouble. Hold on, since we're ending stream and I've got nothing on screen except myself, I think I'm going to put the cardigan back on because it makes me look handsome. I need a nice pair of lounge pants. Thank you so much, Bull Cipher. Carlson and Peters, the $5. The secret Trump and Johnson keep teasing could be this. Yeah, we've talked about it, but only briefly. The idea of through electoral interference in purple states, even if Harris wins, they get the electors to not provide the slate of voters to be certified, so neither candidate gets 270. And if neither candidate gets 270, you have the House vote in it with like House state appointment, and they would such and such. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. That cardigan's awesome, 100% wool. No, it's cotton, which I prefer because I don't live in that cold of a place. It's a very heavy, thick, like, you know, shawl color cotton. So if this was wool, it would probably be too warm for Seattle. If this was wool, I would wear this in like 10-degree weather, 10 Fahrenheit. Is it itchy? Oh, no, it's very soft. It's hard to find double RL stuff always styled on other people, you know? You look like a cute librarian. Thank you. It's on sale in a few places. I don't really know how that works. Sometimes it feels like you can get really good deals on designer clothes on sale in such and such places, but I never feel like I don't understand the meta on that. I really do like double RLs, shawl collar cardigans, but some of them ranged from like 1,000 to 1,500. They're like handmade and such and such. My goodness. Queenie B with the 1053, thank you. Hey Vosh, almost got a job once at a slaughterhouse. Glad I didn't. Mass deportations would wreck that industry too. Mostly migrants who work in those plants. Yeah, so they can be subjected to the horrific conditions. I am glad you didn't work there. It doesn't sound good for the well-being. Robespierre 69 and 53 Voshatron, thank you for the $5 both. Yeah, some good news electorally with the early votes, Voshatron. And Robespierre says, which way, Angloids, Rizless MAGA WASP or skibbity multicultural Catholicism? Vive le Quebec libre, vive le Louisiana, vive les marquis français. Return dab dab. I probably fucked up that pronunciation, but I tried to throw a little ethnic spin on it for you francophiles. Thank you. Francophones. Crabo Crab, thank you for the $10. Hey, just wanted to ask what's your take on surrogacy. I already read that. Nice try. I already read that. Misgender Lynn with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you. Matt Walsh talking about being attacked by a demon in his bed. Lol. I guess I'll have to cover this tomorrow. I didn't even cover the garbage truck stuff. I meant to say Tucker Carlson in that. Tucker Carlson. Okay, I see it in the thing. Yeah, I gotcha. I'm going to read that. Wasn't that Carlson? Yeah, Carlson. Lamau, I didn't donate twice. What the fuck? No. You didn't donate twice, Crabo Crab. I read your donation twice because I'm an idiot. Alex Caros 01, thank you for the $5. Vosh, I just clocked out of my job for the first time. Or, sorry, for the last time. I feel liberated. Now I'm off to go run for city council in New York. Wish me luck. Good luck, Alex. Good luck. I wish you all the luck in the world. I really, really hope it works out. Kowalski from Nebraska, thank you for the $5. I'd like to debate agricultural policy, you see. 1K viewers leave. Channel crippled for a month for niche topic. So meat is necessary with a labor shortage? Yeah, you're not getting it from me. Sorry, buddy. And 1,000 viewers left. That's a charitable take. It'd be more than 1,000, I feel. Nibora with $5. Thoughts on the clickability of the thumbnail for my video? I think it could use some text and maybe a white outline. Okay. I see you've prioritized artistry. If you want my real commentary, I say it's good and I like the colors. I think that you could benefit from having a white outline around the character. Maybe, or some bold text, you know? Oh God, I didn't know you were going to show it. You should be careful in the future. That being said, I like it. It's cute. I've had trouble because I've been trying to watch a few like Minecraft because Minecraft's a fun like sandbox. There are interesting challenge run vids. I really enjoyed the Small Ant videos because Small Ant has a lot of Minecraft videos that aren't like aggressively juvenile because most of them are. Most of them are like, you know, a bunch of weirdo Minecraft YouTubers building personality cults. I mean, remember where Dream came from, you know, SMP or whatever. But it's hard to find ones that aren't like really, really, really juvenile. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. I can't bring myself to vote in unopposed races. Well, that's like the definition of a victimless crime. So I would say you're probably fine on that one. Oh, Sake donated quite a bit. Thank you for the 10 additional tier 1 subs. I voted on Peepoween, based. Even wrote in Artemy, Cat, and Ruben, also Cat. My only solace is that Kamala wins this. The whole racism, sexism excuse for HRC is bust. That's true. We'll get to be even more sexist to Hillary Clinton because we know that it isn't electorally unviable for us to run a woman. Also voted for Prop 1 in New York City to make sexual preference and gender identity a protected class with the other protected classes. Based. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do hope we get a kind of resurgence in New York, because it seems like California is going to go, like, pivot more and more to the right with time, unfortunately, which is difficult. I don't know. I would like it if we had I don't know, some kind of consistent blue wall. Howlamau. Have you seen their ballot issues? I genuinely think that California would shift hard right if it meant, like, voting for the anti-homeless candidate. Like, the referendums kind of indicate the direction, you know? You think California is somewhat becoming a rust? But California is still incredibly wealthy. Like, it's still a very economically prosperous region. It's just... we'll see how it goes. Bisidu with the 2 tier 1 subs. Imager won't let me sign up because I use VoIP, not a cell phone. So here's a streamable link of my cat who can sleep through anything. Ooh. Gray beans. Sleepy. Sleepy frozen. Frozen in time. It must be nice to be so light that you can sleep with your arms up like that. You know? Like, if you weigh 10 pounds, you can do whatever, you know? You can chill however you like. Not a big deal. Cats are weird. Cats are very weird. I want to be a cat. Yeah, get back to Twitter. Let me read the super chats. Super chat, super chat, super chat, super chat, super chat, super chat, super chat. Yay! Okay. I've got quite a few to read here. Ben Garver, thank you so much for the $50. I saw Professor Dave give you props for pointing out his flawed gender views. That seems like forever ago. I know I've been following you for around 4 years, and I think that was a year or more ago. Yeah, about a year and a half ago, I think. It was a very different time. The channel's changed a lot in the past year and a half. I know some people don't like the fewer debates and less engagement with, like, YouTube drama stuff, but overall, I'm very happy with the direction it's gone in. And I took the time to rewatch some of my older commentary, like 2 years ago, and I think I'm way funnier now than I was then, personally. I mean, people are often biased, you know, oh, it used to be this way, so that's better. I think I'm a lot funnier. I think that my Barcelona trip, in particular, coming back from that with a new perspective on life, namely the perspective that I should be meaner to chat, has done wonders for my delivery. And I'm much happier with it, you know? And I have to be happy with what I do in order to produce good content, because otherwise I'm self-conscious about it. I don't want to get up here and be boring, you know? Wicked Brain, thank you for the 2 €6 donos. Who do you think's going to win? It's a coin flip, man. I'm super nervous about the election. I'm a Harris supporter. I just want to know, who do you think's going to win the election? I'm nervous too. Snorcore with the $10. Oh my God, I will like the Vosh stream. Very good. I'm allowed to do this because I'm Hispanic. I grew up with Hispanic people, so I'm allowed to do it. But also keep in mind, the band that did that song is Cuban, so you don't need to worry about it. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $500 donation. I'm going to be streaming for 14 hours on Election Day for PV. Any advice, Vosh? I'm very optimistic but nervous. I responded to that when you delivered that donation last stream, and I'm happy that I did. So I can, you know, skip it now. Really, thank you very, very much. And I wish you the best of luck with that, you know? It can be a lot of fun. Lies, all lies, the $10. Can we get some hopium in chat? The fascists are out here saying they want to make people give up fighting. I love you all and life is worth making better. It absolutely is, you know? Did any of you guys see the video that I put out for Halloween on the Vosh Pit? Did anyone see that? Okay, just making sure. I mean, I didn't put it out, mind you. I just recorded it. The editors put it out, but, you know. Haven't yet was planning on it. I thought it was nice. I mean, I thought, you know, I mean, I haven't watched it. I just talked it. Miko XD, thank you for the $5. Yeah, it's sickeningly soy. Bill Mann, thank you for the $5. Yes, I do to a large extent think Kamala is trying to avoid sexist treatment that Hillary got. What's your favorite seasoning blend? I recently became obsessed with smoky Cajun seasoning. You actually got it. That's a hole-in-one right there, yeah. Smoky Cajun seasoning is like incredibly good, and you can put that shit on so much. Even if it doesn't really fit that well, it's just still, it's good enough that it's like, fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. Dyslexic Cow out of Mana. That ad, Trump is Achilles Alexander, the gayest. I don't know what you're referring to, but I appreciate you. Bernardo Sonia, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Christian Stone, thank you for the $5. Brian Welsh, thank you for the €5. Vosh Slanta from Ireland. S-L-A-I-N-T-E, but the A has an accent mark over it. Slanta? Slanta? Slunta? Slotcha? Are you kidding me? You people disgust me. Slotcha? Sloncha. So T-E means ch in like Gaelic? That's crazy. Immigrants built America? That's true. Thankfully, they didn't completely linguistically upend it. Listen, okay? I'm fine with you Irish, including myself, coming over here to the United States, but you keep those Gaelic pronunciations back on the aisle, okay? English is a confusing enough language as it is. Oh, and the Welsh? Those motherfuckers are staying back over there. We don't need your shit. Rachne with the £5. It's frustrating how much of an absolute bop the Cuban vote for Trump is. Or a Cuban vote for Trump song is. Yeah, it really is. Say Onara HG. Thank you for the $50. Muchos saludos. In bendiciones, vosotros vamos a votar por la gringo feo. Donald Trump. Ah, now I know. Okay, now I know what you're saying. I get you. Donald Trump. Thank you very much for the $50. Gracias por dólares 50. Cinco dólares 5 50 dinero. No, it's 50, dude. You got it. Mucho regards. $50. Gracias. It's the effort that counts. My beloved radiant partner, who is the sun in my sky, is not English is not their first language, so I get a lot of ribbing for my inability to know other languages or pronounce anything. I'm holding out so far. I want to stay pure. I want American to be my only language. Ferroset, thank you for the $20. Finally got my mail-in return confirmed. Too close for comfort, Lamau. Good of you to check. Good of you to check. Good of you to check. Thank you. Asikar Tehan, thank you for the $20. If you're worried about giving your zip code online, don't ever buy a house. Got my house in March, and if you have my first and last name, you can get a satellite pic of my house with my name on it on the right real estate app. Yeah. If you buy a house, like listing, like getting the through the deed, like you become listed publicly. The only way around that is to buy a house through like a company. Like if you had an LLC, and you can kind of roundabout it, but even then, it's not like perfect, you know. It's basically like a permanent self-docs. Katrina, thank you for the $11.05. Really appreciate that. 11:05, let's go. Dreading it a little bit. Space Agent, thanks for the £10. Vosh, great show. Been watching you for years. Here's hoping for Harris next week. It means a lot to us Euros for her to win. I'm a Brit. Don't hold that against me, lol. No, I don't. I'm honestly, I'm kind of coming around on making fun of British people. I still think that you should make fun of Britain basically every chance you get. But I think that the hatred of British people has gotten a little soy. I'm not going to lie. I like Britain hatred. That's fine. British people is a little bit too like, you see how Americans like to play the victim, where the bit is like an American says, "Oh, you call a truck a lorry, huh? That's pretty interesting." And then a British person, and they'll use like a pic of a SpongeBob character with fucked up teeth, will be like, "Oh, that's interesting, is it? Well, then is your schools or shooting gallery? That's pretty interesting to me." And it's like, why are you pretending that Americans are nice to British people and British people are mean to Americans when on average the opposite is the case? Like, why are you like playing the victim here? First, the number one group of people making American school shooting jokes are Americans. Just, you're being a pussy. Anyway. X with the 3 consecutive $5 donos. What are some of the better ways to see firsthand sources and avoid disinformation? I don't really think there are good ways outside of knowing the right things just by like through experience, knowing what's correct and what's not correct. I think that your best bet is having good media literacy so you can determine whether or not a source of info is lying to you, you know? And that's a process, but I think it's a very rewarding one. Tribute the Goat with the $20. How would fascism change my daily circumstances, like at my job or when I'm out buying groceries? It's impossible to say, really. I think that for the most part, life for most Americans is going to remain unchanged, except for it will become a lot harder because Trump's policies will crash the economy. If you are like a member of one of the targeted minority groups, it might get a lot harder. I think that like one of the most upsetting things about fascism is that everything seems like it's staying the same until one day you realize that it's illegal to not Sieg Heil the photo of Trump that's hanging at the front of every elementary school classroom, you know, before class starts. Like everything like gets burned and bled away slowly until you wake up and you realize that, yeah, it's like frogs in the pot, right? Like you don't it doesn't feel like it's that big until it is, and you look back at the sum of all the harm that's been done. Sometimes it's big, sometimes it's small, but you're all like, yeah, frog in the pot. So I wouldn't think about this in the context of your day-to-day life. There's a possibility, depending on your class, race, income, maybe your life gets better under Trump. There are plenty of people whose lives got better from 2016 to 2020, not because of anything Trump did, but just because time passes, lives change. Maybe you meet the love of your life. Maybe you get over your alcoholism. Maybe something good happens, you know? Don't think about like your life. Think about the project. Life goes on for everyone until it ends. Let's make sure it ends for as few people as possible in the meantime, okay? Fernando Sanya and Through the Wormhole, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Jesse Cordius, thank you for the $6.66. Hail edgy atheism. I hope you're having fun out there. Zeno with the $5. I'm Palestinian with Jewish ancestry. Why are European Jews indigenous, but I'm not? Indigeneity is a fucked up concept anyway, like the blood and soil bit. I always thought when I was growing up, indigeneity was like, are you from there when the colonizers came? Right? Like people don't really talk about indigenous like Britons because like the colonization of Britons was like a very long time ago. It's not really relevant to the modern context. No one's talking about like indigenous British people today. That's not really like what's going on. And Native Americans, the Native Americans that we colonized over here in America weren't the Native Americans that have been there forever. Native American tribes went to war with each other. Different groups fought. Some died, some conquered. You know, it's complicated. But like we call them indigenous because indigeneity is a term that is contrasted against the colonizer. No one can be indigenous unless there is a colonizer, right? Otherwise, indigeneity doesn't like what does that even mean? Like your bloodline's been there for a while. Like like eventually everyone goes back to Africa if you go back far enough. It's a contextual designation. And the Palestinians in Palestine are pretty damn indigenous. Bull P Machine, thank you for the $2. Billman, thank you for the €5. No, I don't think a contested convention would have been good at all, to be honest. I'm kind of glad it went down the way it did. Red Baron, the £5. Vosh, can you dispel my doomerism on climate change? No, I'm not your therapist. It is bad, but we will get over it. Well, get over it's maybe the wrong term. It's bad, and our expectations about the future will adjust over time, Just remember that right now, the thing you're grappling with most is not climate change, but your fear of climate change. Oftentimes, the fear of it is greater than the actuality. In reality, many things will change, but that's life. Many people will suffer, but that's also life. And we will overcome, because that is also life. Things will be bad, but if you allow your life to be like gripped by paranoia over it all the time, I mean, all I'm saying is you would not have made it through the Great Black Death, you know? 200 years of roiling waves of entire like villages and towns being, overcome, people burning corpses out in the street. They thought it was the end times, you know? We do overcome. We do. We're good at that. Shailene Pathak, thank you for the $10. Thank you again for the latte money. I might be enjoying that sometime soon. Eduardo Rivera, thank you for the 5,500 CLP. I don't know what currency that is. YouTube tells me it's about equivalent to $5 US. So I'm sorry about the currency in whatever place you live in. Your name is Eduardo Rivera, so probably Central or Latin America, I'm guessing. CLP currency. Chilean peso. Chile's had better times. Thank you. Are you really not covering the debate of the century between Sam Cedar and Tim Fool? I will when I can. Billman, thank you for the 2 €5 donos and the 2 €2 donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Espresso supremacy, treat yourself to something actually good. Well, a latte is an espresso, isn't it? Just with milk and foam. I like a latte very much. A latte makes me very happy. I'm fine with drip coffee. You know, I'm not like prissy about it, but I like it. Makes me happy. I might get some of that later. Trains are just better. Thank you for the 2 real. Yeah, the Onion's been very active lately. Bernardo Sonia, thank you for the 10 Canadian. I don't think the context exonerates Trump at all. He's really into the violent imagery to attack Cheney. No, I agree. I agree that like the tone of it was vile, but like the context of it was indistinguishable from like a lot of the comments that I've made about Warhawks. Jesse Courteous, the $20. Take my money. Thank you. I will. You don't need to tell me twice. J.A. with the $5. No, we'll cover it tomorrow. Snorcore, thank you for the $10. Did you see the Legal Eagle election video theorizing on what Donald Trump is trying to do and saying they might try to raise their votes off Kamala with legal challenges? Yes. Well, wait, no, I haven't seen it, but I intend to see it. Sorry. Yes, I intend to see it. I've been very busy the past few days for a while. Tropes 11 with the $10. Sacramento Bee claims Trump will win due to mathematical outcomes with engineering. Don't trust anything that comes out of Sacramento or anything in California, like even remotely close to Silicon Valley, that they claim to predict with engineering. Don't trust those motherfuckers. J-Lord, the 10 Australian. If Stellar Blade came out between 2007 and 2013, it would be the rule, not the exception. Female characters were better then. I'm not anti-woke, but women in games have gotten uglier. Okay, J-Lord, that's an interesting perspective that people in chat are going to immediately dump on. Let me say this, okay? Look, okay? I love gooning. I've got a big dick and I like using it, okay? You show me a drawing of a lady with big titties and I'm like, hell yeah, man. I like it when characters in games are super hot. What I would argue to you, I would argue 2 things to you, okay? For one, gratuitous fan service and good fan service aren't necessarily the same thing. There are lots of pieces of media out there, we'll say games specifically, that have gratuitous fan service that I not only don't mind but think is based. Nier Automata is the one that I normally go to. Skullgirls is phenomenally drawn. There's definitely plenty of fan service in Guilty Gear. The fighting games tend to have a lot of that stuff, you know. It's pretty good. Bayonetta, insert example here. For the most part, I'm pro fan service. Games are art, and part of art's job is to make us happy. It doesn't have to. Sometimes art can make us unhappy, like Pathologic, I guess. But like, you know, I like it when the boobies. That's totally fine by me, you know? I mean, I've been singing Dandadan's praises, and the grandma of the main character in Dandadan is like a stacked, like she's 60, but she looks 20, and she's got her tits out. Cool. Like, you know, but 2 things. For one, gratuitous fan service and good fan service are not necessarily the same thing. to me, the problem with Stellar Blade isn't that there's fan service, is that the fan service is artless and it makes the women look like shitty little fuck dolls. Maybe that's your thing, not judging, that's fine, I literally don't care. But when I see it, my like framework, or I guess my like analysis, my threshold is I like it if fan service makes a woman look hot but cool. So if women would see that and think that would be cool to be, that to me is like a good fan service, right? Because then it's like, okay, it's not demeaning. Like a woman wouldn't feel ridiculous looking like that, you know? Because I like to contextualize fan service in the idea of like human experience and communication. So if you can design a woman who is hot and like sexy, you know, but is designed in a way that a woman would herself enjoy being, that to me is like a good line. And to me, Stellar Blade just did not give those vibes. It's subjective, but it did not give those vibes. Like, again, I go back to Nier Automata. There are so many women who have seen how am I forgetting 2B? Sorry, that have seen 2B and have been like, oh, she's awesome. She's serving cunt. I would love to look like that. And they see her like skirt blows off during the self-destruct sequence, and they're like, okay, maybe I wouldn't walk around like that day to day, but still, like, if I had super android powers, yeah. You know, like, because they know it's unrealistic, but they also think like, okay, but it's cool. You also see this with, this is my go-to example in a lot of cases. Cammy in Street Fighter, that taunt of hers, or that emote or whatever, where she does the big stretch. She does the big stretch, you know? Sorry about the audio. This to me is a great example of a woman being like really, really, really attractive and fun to look at. I hope we agree on that. I hope that this isn't me being woke or whatever. I hope we agree that this is like cool. You know, I think it's cool. Maybe this is just my subjective opinion. You know, I think it's cool. But also women would see this and go like, oh yeah, that's like rad. If I was a chick, you know, and despite what my chat might claim, I'm not one, but if I was one, I think it would be aspirational to be able to look and dress like this. I wouldn't feel like a mindless fuck doll designed by like a, you know, an artist who had never seen with his own eyes a woman's naked body. I would feel like a cool chick. Because it doesn't have to be demeaning to look sexy, you know? That's point number one. The second point, and the other important point, women like don't have to be attractive in games for the same reason men don't have to. Why don't we have discourse about that? Like, there are tons of unattractive male characters, but people are just like, oh, it's a male character, whatever. But then there's a girl and she's uglier than she used to be in a remake, or like they made her look like normal, so she looks flawed and like kind of pudgy or has blemishes. And then it's like, oh, wow, they make women so much hotter in Korea. These Korean women are way more beautiful. And then it's like a game that you're meant to jerk off to. And it's like, why is that the standard, you know? No one talks about men in games getting uglier, right? In general, characters in media tend to be attractive because we follow that rule when it comes to movies and TVs as well. We like to look at people who are attractive. That's not always the case, you know, but generally speaking, it's the case. Picane with the $5. Do you think Elon could be convinced of a flat Earth? Maybe. Oh, wait, J-Lord, you donated more. J-Lord, I have to end stream. I'm 30 minutes over. I can't extensively engage in this. No! J-Lord with the additional 20 AUD extended over 3 donations. Vosh, cultural appropriation is a liberal concept. Non-Western people and indigenous cultures like it when Westerns and non-indigenous people try to emulate the culture. Sometimes. There's nothing wrong with cultural osmosis, where you adopt elements of other cultures to use in art. It's if it's done disrespectfully. There are lots of like disrespectful invocations of other cultures, like for example the Indian chief, you know, like that treatment of Native American people. But I don't think it makes you anti-indigenous or racist or whatever to have like artistic motifs, themings, cultural references, whatever, that are of indigenous people. It's basically just like, are you being racist with it, really, you know? You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't mean to engage in this extensively. I'm only saying, like, that's the point about the reason I want to engage with this, specifically with like the hot women in video games thing, is because I really do think sometimes left-leaning people, progressives, take it too far in the opposite direction, and they reject the value of fan service to begin with. And I think that's bullshit, because, like, what do you hate? Like, chocolate candy? Fan service is rad. It's great when the boobs bounce breastily, you know? Just, if you do a good job with it, you do a good job with it. It like anything else, it can be done well or poorly. Yeah, sexuality is a part of life. It's just a normal, it's just a thing to, you know, be done well or poorly. I like it when there's hot women in the video games that I play. I understand that's part of like a greater dynamic, you know, a greater, you understand. Okay, I gotta go. But now there's more site donations. It's so difficult. People throwing money at me. I hate it. Comrade Champ, thank you for the $5. Thanks for the Halloween video, Vosh. Easy to stress this election, but remember, our joy is political. Have fun, love your friends, make the fight worthwhile. Absolutely. Make sure to stay social, folks. Don't get too lost in the bubble. Miss Sembre, thank you for the $5. Hey, Vosh, thanks for all the election coverage. And Feliz Dia de los Muertos. Absolutely, yeah. I do actually genuinely miss the Dia de los Muertos celebrations that I would see down in Los Angeles, because they don't have them up here in Seattle. Maybe like a little bit. GeoSlade49 with the $5. If you like a rugged American fashion, I think you'd like this brand a lot. Filson, yeah, no kidding. There's a Filson outlet over in Ballard that I stumbled into recently, and their clothes are fucking gorgeous. Yeah, they're really, really nice. I wanted to do some reading on Filson first, because I like to make sure that the clothes that I get are made through like a really good production process, and Filson probably doesn't manufacture in America anymore. But yeah, no, they got some good stuff. They had a really nice pair of cargo pants that I liked quite a bit. Very heavy. I don't have many winter pants. Gotta go back there. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. I know exactly what you're referring to. I have not seen the GOP in the bedroom ad, but I probably should go over that next stream for sure. How do you spell that? Filson? Filson. And Sake with the 5 tier 2 subs. Kyle Clark is back for more debates. Oh, God. The Colorado debates. I don't think we're going to have time to cover this, but it would be fun. I'm going to keep this in the docket for next stream, potentially. I'm going to keep this. I won't delete this tab. I remember that shit. I remember Kyle Clark. God almighty. Tim Chris through the $5 Vosh. We don't have time to do Epstein during the election section. Also, Vosh, we do have time to talk about Anime Booba. Look, all I'm going to say is this, okay? More people have been motivated to vote for Trump because they think that women in video games are getting less sexy than have been motivated to vote for Trump based on, like, you know, a rejection over the Epstein narrative or whatever. People are shockingly susceptible to narratives that are tied to the things they care about day to day. And I do think sometimes people on the left get a little bit soy over it. You know, with the like, well, actually, we think all women in video games should be ugly, so you have nothing to jerk off to. Okay, calm down with the anti-male hatred, all right? You're being ridiculous with it. All right. I love you guys very, very much. I'm going to send you guys over to, and I'm streaming tomorrow. I think at night, probably not in the morning. I'm going to send you guys over to Riverboat Jack, who's Riverboat Just Chatting. This is my Super Bowl. I don't know what that means. Oh no, he's going for cigarettes and never coming back. I'll be back tomorrow. I will vote for Trump. Can we do a Riverboat Jack with that? I will go host Jack. No, that doesn't work. Riverboat Jack You could do something. You could do something. But we're not going to do something right now. The only thing we're doing right now is hosting the stream. I love you all very much. Thank you. I know we're all anxious about the election. We're going to do our best. We're going to try our best. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Take care. Make sure to drink lots of water. Eat some food. And thank you. Farewell.